get something will come.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Please take this moment to take your seats. My name is William Wexler. I lead the Rafik Hariri Center on the Middle East here at the Atlantic Council, and I want to start off by welcoming everyone that came here today to this very important event. I also want to welcome the people who are watching this live streamed on our website and the people who are joining us through C-SPAN. Thank you very much for all of you coming here today. It's my pleasure to welcome you to today's conference, New Strategic Visions and Power Dynamics on the Middle East. And it's important to recognize that everything here is on the record. Before we begin, I'd like to highlight the Atlantic Council's collaboration with ISPI, which is the Italian Institute for International Political Studies. This is the second year that our two organizations have partnered to produce an outstanding work on the changing landscape in the Middle East. Today, we are pleased to release our new collected volume, The MENA Region, a Great Power Competition, edited by Karim Mesran and Arturo Varvelli, and it's now available for download online. A special thanks goes out to the president of ISPI, Ambassador Giampiero Mansolo, for his continuous collaboration and participation in our joint ventures. We're also indebted to the Italian Foreign Ministry, and in particular, to the Italian ambassador, His Excellency Armando Varricchio, for his unwavering drive to see our two institutions partnering on issues of high importance, not only to the two countries they represent, but to the entire international community. Ambassador Mansolo unfortunately could not be here today at the last minute, but he asked me to read this brief note. It is with great regret that I address you all in writing when I sincerely wanted to be with you on this important occasion. Unfortunately, unforeseen events in the last minute made my mission to Washington impossible and prevented me from attending the presentation of our joint report on the Middle East. This work bears special importance and is a testament to the excellent collaboration between our two organizations. In this regard, I would like to express my full appreciation for the degree of harmony and the quality of results that ISPI and the Atlantic Council have achieved together. Reiterating my disappointment that I cannot be with you today, I wish you all a fruitful day of enriching dialogue. Lastly, I want to really thank my team here at the Atlantic Council, and especially Karim Mesran and Emily Birchfield. Emily, where are you? Okay. For their excellent work putting this all together, putting together this conference, the collected volume. They've really gone above and beyond, producing a great work of scholarship and truly an exciting event today. Before I turn the microphone over to Ambassador Varricchio, let me say a few words about him. His Excellency Armando Varricchio has served as the ambassador of Italy to the United States since March 2016. Prior to this, he had many high-ranking positions both within the Italian government and abroad. In particular, he specialized in European and transatlantic affairs during his years as the Italian representative to the European Union and the European Commission. Formerly ambassador to Belgrade, he also served in Budapest during the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union. While the chief diplomatic advisor to the presidents of the Council of Ministers and deputy diplomatic advisor to the President of the Republic, he handled some of the most delicate international dossiers with a particular focus on security issues. He has specific expertise in the field of global issues and served as a personal representative at G8 and G20 summits, both at the national and at the European level. Ambassador Varricchio received a degree in international relations from the University of Padua in 1985 and entered the Foreign Service in 1986 and was promoted to the rank of ambassador in 2014. So with no further ado, let me welcome the ambassador to open our discussion today.
Thank you, William. Thank you very much for your very kind introduction. It's a pleasure for me to be back here at such a prestigious institution. And I can see from the crowd attending this event, again, how it is important to promote our cooperation. And I can see that the topic of today receives such a great welcome. As you know, Italy and the United States are joined by long-standing ties and shared beliefs, and something I will expand on later. But most importantly, we are joined by a shared vision, something which is reflected in collaboration between the Atlantic Council and the Italian Institute for International Political Studies, ISPI. And I'm very pleased that this is the second year of this very productive collaboration. At the Embassy, we are glad to be the link between them and to partner with both in organizing today's events dedicated to the MENA region. Last year, we focused on the arc of crisis in the MENA region. But now in 2019, we move on. And our common discussion focuses and will focus throughout the day on the new strategic vision for the Middle East, a subject which we can safely define as a moving target, also in the light of the increasing power competition in the region. The Assistant Secretary Schenker, who will be here today, I'm sure will have the best opportunity for a broad discussion on the latest developments. I will therefore focus my remarks on the general challenges as well as the opportunities in the area. Because notwithstanding the remarkable potential of the MENA region, a quick overview of the state of play in the region tells us a story of growing violence, such as in Libya, protracted crisis in Syria and in Yemen, and renewed risk of terrorism, not to mention the shadow Gulf tensions cast over the entire region. But while in the past the focus of our discussion would have been state fragility, today we rather notice the worrisome rise of regional tensions and increasingly incompatible agendas among the different players. In addition, we also know the appearance, or rather reappearance, of an impending power competition. The emergence of new actors in the region, particularly China, alongside traditional ones as Russia, presents a new challenge, which is quite rightly at the core of our discussions today. China's influence in the region is waxing, and one could only hearken back to what Foreign Minister Wang Yi said back in 2014, and I quote, "China's political role in the Middle East will only grow. There is no way back." End of quote. What we see now is a new strategic competition, with China and Russia boosting their engagement in the Middle East in recent years in all areas: trade and investment, energy, military cooperation, and of course, diplomacy. This new multi-layer challenge, in turn, impacts some extraordinary opportunities that have recently surfaced: the natural gas and energy revolution in the East Mediterranean. Discoveries of many natural gas fields across the region are shaping a new reality. Used wisely, this could be invaluable in unleashing untapped potential and in bringing together key countries like Egypt, Lebanon, Cyprus, Turkey, and of course, Israel. However, it is also a field which is fraught with danger, as we can see by the looming tensions. Remember, what happens in the Mediterranean and in the MENA region does not stay there and has ripple or flood effects worldwide, affecting stability and prosperity across 3 continents. And no one like the Italians know this better. Against this backdrop, today's discussion is most timely and throws into relief that we must find ways to address this new scenario. We cannot stay idle, but rather we must press on and seek a new strategic vision for the Middle East, able to respond to increasingly complex challenges. Italy has a great role to play on this. Bottom line up front, we do not have a national agenda for the MENA region that could be seen as confrontational or in competition with others. Our goal is clear: a peaceful, stable, and flourishing Middle East safe from the threat of terrorism and from the threat of becoming the battleground from proxy leaders. This comes from our history. There's nothing new there. The fact that my country is spread across the Mediterranean, having the possibility to entertain relations with so different people, civilizations, being able to understand and to listen. This is something that is part of our DNA. We are a key provider in the region, security provider in the region, starting with Lebanon, where we work with UNIFIL, headed by Major General Del Col. We are also at the forefront in supporting the country's institutions and security forces. On Libya, a topic, as you can imagine, at the center of discussions during recent Secretary Pompeo trip to Italy, I remember very well last year's many questions on supposed intra-European competition to exert influence over the country and in the region. And I also remember underlining that this narrative was based on a misperception of European dynamics. On the margins of the recent G8 in New York, Italy and France co-hosted a ministerial meeting on Libya in the presence of Secretary General Guterres. This paved the way for a broader meeting that Germany will host later this fall to support efforts of Special Representative Salamé to stop hostilities in the country and relaunch the political process. Moving eastwards, Italy has always been one of the main contributors to the anti-ISIS coalition and has trained over 25,000 Iraqi security personnel, and we stand ready to continue our support to the coalition as it looks to broader challenges posed by the ideology of ISIL, namely in North Africa and in the Sahel region. Finally, I must mention Italy's unifying role in the EU and NATO. And since we are on the Middle East, it is worth highlighting a key concept. The southern flank is an integral part of NATO's comprehensive response to security challenges, as security in Europe is immediately linked to security and stability in the Mediterranean. There cannot be a withdrawal from the Middle East. This is the key to our collective security. Italy is ready to provide its contribution in defining a strategic path forward toward a more stable and prosperous area. Through our strong human and cultural bonds with our Mediterranean neighbors and our deep understanding of regional dynamics, we look forward to continuing the fruitful discussion with our American friends in the framework of the Italy-US Strategic Dialogue on the Mediterranean launched last year during the visit of our Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte. Our quest for a common vision for the area has been one of the main focuses of the meetings of Secretary Pompeo, where he met with our leaders, starting with President Mattarella, the Prime Minister, and our Foreign Minister. And in this respect, with President Mattarella's visit here next week, we look forward to exploring at the highest levels ways to strengthening cooperation between Italy and US. This will mark the President's second official visit to the US, a loud and clear testament to our strong friendship and strategic relations. And talking of dialogues, it is my pleasure to mention the Rome-Med Dialogues Conference, which turns 5 this year. Such an important event will be held in early December in Rome. Rome-Med has become a landmark event, an annual gathering that brings together heads of state, ministers, civil society, and members of the media. This year's theme is, and it should not be to come to a surprise, Beyond Turmoil, a Positive Agenda. So, my friends, such an endeavor is neither naive nor unrealistic. As the region struggles with sectarian and social tensions, as well as with regional and international competition, we must continue to strive for unity of intent and to pursue a common agenda. In Italy, one of the very first things we study in school is the critical importance of the Fertile Crescent, la mezzaluna fertile, as we call it. Let's work together to define a new strategic vision for the Middle East in order to ensure that the area returns in a not too distant future to prosperity and cultural wealth that is what so deservedly famed for throughout the centuries. So thank you very much, and congratulations for the Atlantic Council and ISPI for the excellent cooperation, for a very thoughtful paper, and I'm sure this is the best way to pave our preparation towards Med Dialogue in Rome. Thank you very much.
We'll pause for just a minute or two as our next guest is in the process of arriving. Everyone, we're ready to commence. Okay, we are joined with us here today to kick off the programming, a discussion of the U.S. role in the Middle East, given all of the very exciting news that seems to happen every single day. We're here. David Schenker will, a good old friend of mine, will share with us his great and unmatched wisdom about U.S. policy in the region. Let me give you a little background on David. He was sworn in as the Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs on June 14th of this year. Prior to joining the Department of State, he was Director of the Program on Arab Politics at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. From 2000 to 2006, he served in the Office of the Secretary of Defense as the Levant Country Director. In that capacity, he is responsible for advising the Secretary and other senior Pentagon leadership on the military and political affairs of Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, and the Palestinian territories. He was awarded the Office of the Secretary of Defense Medal for Exceptional Civilian Service in 2005. Before that period of joining government, he was a research fellow at the Washington Institute as well, and a project coordinator for large centrally funded USAID projects in Egypt and Jordan. With no further delay, please, Assistant Secretary Schenker, welcome you to the podium.
Good morning. So it says here I'm supposed to speak on an update on current U.S. strategy toward the region. But I had seen that the title of this conference was New Strategic Visions and Power Competition in the Middle East. So I'm going to speak about China and Russia today, the new threats to Middle East security and stability. So thank you, Will. It's a pleasure to be at the Atlantic Council today. And thank you, Ambassador Verricchio, and our Italian co-hosts. Both the United States and Italy share a deep interest and sustained engagement in the Middle East. Italy remains one of our closest partners, and events like this demonstrate our shared commitment to the future of the region. Secretary Pompeo just returned from a very productive visit to Italy, reinforcing our strong partnership. I spent some time with my Italian counterparts a few weeks ago at UNGA, discussing Libya. So the future of the Middle East is at a crossroad, from the liberation of Kuwait to the campaign to defeat ISIS. The U.S. has played a leading role in mobilizing the international community to confront threats in the region. Now, much of the media's attention focuses on the Iranian threat to peace and stability in the Middle East. But I'm going to be here today to talk to you about a challenge that's most subtle and possibly more worrying, or just as worrying. That's the incursion of autocratic regimes like China and Russia into the region. While we seek partnership to further the security and stability of the region, we're keeping a watchful eye on actions that undermine this goal. So I'd like to begin with our vision for the region, because I think it stands in sharp contrast to the transactional relationships offered by China and Russia. The U.S. has a long track record of working to bring peace, stability, and prosperity to the Middle East and North Africa. We defend our allies. We're committed to economic growth that provides jobs and prosperity in the United States and around the world, and we value individual freedom and democracy. As Secretary Pompeo said, the United States is a force for good in the region. Most significantly, we seek to tackle the region's problems by working together with our partners, advancing their interests as we advance our own. For example, we've led and organized the Global Coalition to Defeat ISIS. We developed the Warsaw Process on peace and security in the region. We're working to launch the Middle East Strategic Alliance with our partners, MESA, and the Gulf. And together with other like-minded nations, we are the cornerstone of the international maritime security construct to ensure freedom of navigation in the Gulf. All of these cooperative mechanisms help build regional security and stability. The Global Coalition to Defeat ISIS is a testament to what we can accomplish when we work together for a common goal with local partners. 76 nations and 5 international organizations in the Global Coalition are and should be enormously proud that the territory ISIS once held was liberated. Beyond the military campaign, a real triumph of the coalition's effort has been diplomacy, organizing a worldwide network to stop ISIS illicit financing, ending the flow of foreign fighters into Syria, discrediting ISIS' bankrupt ideology and hateful message. Our contributions also include significant humanitarian assistance. Since 2014 alone, for Iraq alone, the United States has contributed almost $2.5 billion in humanitarian aid to conflict-affected and displaced Iraqis in the region, and $363 million to stabilize areas liberated from ISIS. This has enabled the voluntary return of nearly 4 million internally displaced people. Neither Russia nor China has shown a willingness, let alone capability, to organize a collective effort to defeat a global threat, not to mention help the people harmed by ISIS. And on the assistance front, according to the UN's Financial Tracking Service, which tracks aid flows, China's provided less than $1 million to China since 2013, and Russia's provided nothing. Instead of helping, Russia and China sought to exploit openings to increase their own influence at the expense of their partners. The United States remains the indispensable partner for the majority of the countries in the region. While China and Russia play both sides in a range of regional disputes, the United States offers a more hands-on approach in resolving the region's most intractable problems. Taking a firm and principled position is not always the most popular thing to do, but public opinion sometimes reflects that. But it's a hallmark of responsible global leadership. Now, let me be clear. We have no desire to make any country choose between the U.S. and Russia and China. Countries can have positive relations with the U.S., China, and Russia. We simply want to ensure that Russia and China's influence and activities in the Middle East do not come at the expense of the region's prosperity, stability, fiscal viability, and long-standing relationship with the U.S. So the fact of the matter is that we have a fundamentally different approach from both Russia and China to the region's most pressing problems. Let's start with Iran. Iran represents the dominant challenge facing the region today. And we see this in its nuclear escalations, its ballistic missile programs, and its malign regional behavior. Iran is stoking a conflict in Yemen, Iraq, Syria, and beyond, and bankrolling terrorist groups like Hezbollah. And earlier this month, Iran staged a brazen attack on Saudi oil facilities. This attack showed Iran's aggressiveness and fundamental lack of respect for sovereignty and security of its neighbors. It also threatened international energy markets, temporarily taking 5% of the global oil supply off the market. A sizable percentage of this oil is destined for China. China is Saudi Arabia's #1 customer, and Saudi Arabia is China's leading oil supplier. Yet where was China when its primary energy source was threatened? China was playing both sides, facilitating Iran's destabilizing activities by propping up the Iranian regime through continued oil purchases. These violations of our sanctions give Iranian regime crucial cash it needs to further its regional efforts to sow discord and terrorism. China has also sold weapons technology to Iran, technology that can be used to threaten others in the region. And as Iran has interfered with the shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, we've had an effort to assemble the international maritime security construct to protect freedom of navigation. We've had countries from around the world join us to monitor Iran's behavior and prevent them from seizing more ships. Where is Russia in all this? Russia's trying to reincarnate its failed 20-year-old construct, which they dusted off to divert attention from more effective solution-oriented efforts. It didn't work 20 years ago, and it won't help the situation today. Our presence in the Gulf remains the bedrock of regional security and guarantees freedom of navigation for critical energy resources and all other shipping through the Straits of Hormuz. This benefits all of us in the region and around the world. Russia and China are opportunistically seeking to increase their own returns rather than contribute to the broader goal of regional security and stability. And the behavior is not limited to just Iran. In Iraq, Iran has repeatedly undermined the central government by providing assistance to armed groups that owe more allegiance to Tehran than to Baghdad. So while China and Russia pursue profit through a heavily mercantilistic policy in Iraq, U.S. assistance is providing clean drinking water to citizens of Basra, jumpstarting Anbar's economy with $100 million in new projects, and clearing mines so that displaced religious minorities can return to their ancestral homes. The region's 3 ongoing conflicts in Syria, Yemen, and Libya continue to claim lives and radiate instability. It's clear that those conflicts require political solutions that cannot be resolved by military force. The United States will continue to support UN-led peace efforts throughout the region. We're deeply engaged in efforts to bring relevant parties into a political process. Russia, on the other hand, is playing a spoiler to advance its own narrow interests as the people of the region suffer. In Syria, Russia's behavior has been particularly egregious. Russia intervened to prop up the murderous Assad regime. It did so under the guise of counterterrorism. Yet Russia, along with the Assad regime, has not demonstrated the ability or willingness to even fight ISIS in Syria. Rather, the regime has shown a willingness to tolerate ISIS and other extremists in a bid to undermine the legitimate aspirations of the Syrian people. Russia's support for Assad has facilitated brutal attacks on civilians. Syria and Russia have used the UN's Do Not Strike list as a targeting list, attacking civilian sites and creating refugees and displaced persons. While the Assad regime plays by Hama rules, Moscow adheres to Grozny rules, raising entire cities filled with innocents to kill a handful of terrorists. The United States, in contrast, is scrupulous in honoring its obligation to distinguish civilians from terrorists. And Russia did nothing as Assad deployed chemical weapons against its own people. We have called out the regime for its reprehensible behavior, and we have sought evidence to demonstrate its crimes. Russia has sowed doubt and misinformation, doing everything it can to protect the Assad regime from accountability and frustrate the UN-led process trying to bring an end to the conflict. Instead, Russia has used Syria as a forum to showcase its weapons, its mercenaries, and to build a platform to meddle in other regional issues. In Libya, Russia has fueled the conflict, and its so-called private military force is plain to see. It's also violating the arms embargo. And where is China? Playing an unhelpful role in Syria, most recently joining Russia in vetoing a call for an Idlib ceasefire. Ultimately, we want a constructive, results-oriented relationship with China that prioritizes concrete outcomes over hopeful aspirations. While we work with China on areas of mutual interest, such as humanitarian assistance, counter-narcotics, and the halting the spread of infectious diseases, we will push back forcefully when Beijing undermines our interests and those of our allies and partners. Instead of taking a leadership role in these conflicts, China is focused on increasing its economic and geopolitical position in the region. Unfortunately, China's Belt and Road initiatives have fallen flat, both for China and for its recipients. Its funding, which rarely has been efficient or market-driven, has begun to dry up. China's projects often come with opaque terms, with questionable labor practices, high rates of interest that do not promote shared economic prosperity, touted by the Chinese government. China's track record in using local labor force is poor. China does not sufficiently engage local contractors, provide enough local jobs, or train many local workers. These Chinese practices run counter to national policies in places like Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Oman, designed to build the capacity of the local labor force and create jobs. U.S. and Middle Eastern governments both want infrastructure development that benefits local communities. But the promise of high-quality development with low short-term costs, such as the promises China made at the recent Belt Road Forum, ring hollow when China's track record is so poor. From Burma to Malaysia to Tanzania, governments are negotiating the terms of their debt and investments from China and eschewing BRI projects nearly entirely in places like India. Not every Chinese investment project is malign, but projects that don't meet the high standards set by inclusive organizations like the G20 will not produce the desired results. The most notable among these examples have been the disastrous outcomes of Chinese investment projects in Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Ecuador. In each case, the false promise of development has led to the harsh reality of debt, project failure, corruption, and in some cases, Chinese control. In contrast, the U.S. has enabled Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Tunisia to access an over $21 billion in bonds from international markets at preferential rates through the issuance of sovereign loan guarantees. These transparent financial mechanisms have helped support key players' fiscal stability while supporting economic reforms that encourage sustainable growth and foreign investment. Unlike China and Russia, the U.S. offers development assistance designed to help people build better lives. To give one example, In 2016, USAID helped eliminate polio in Egypt. Today, the U.S. supports immunization campaigns to keep Egypt polio-free. U.S. programs have brought clean water and sanitation to over 25 million people in Egypt, and at least 1.5 million Egyptian girls can read and write better thanks to U.S. support for early grade reading. There are many more examples of U.S. assistance programs in the region, from Morocco to the Arabian Peninsula, the Levant, and Iraq, that are building capabilities in country institutions to enhance security and stability, providing essential services and responsive government, and driving economic reform and growth. Our total foreign assistance to the region exceeds $7 billion a year. As we look ahead toward an increasingly digital and interconnected world economy, we need to pay more attention to the risks that compromise telecommunications suppliers like Huawei pose to national security. Chinese laws, most notably the National Intelligence Law, compel its citizens, businesses, and other organizations to cooperate with Chinese intelligence and security services, to keep such cooperation secret. That means government agencies, confidential data, and companies' trade secrets could be fully available to the Chinese government if transmitted or processed on Huawei or other Chinese-supplied equipment. There are now media reports that Huawei representatives have participated in spying operations on political opponents, even without the government's knowledge. And on the human rights front, we want to focus attention on China's highly repressive campaign against the Uyghurs, ethnic Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, and other Muslims in Xinjiang. Since April 2017, the Chinese government has, by our estimates, detained more than 1 million individuals in internment camps, where they're forced to renounce their ethnic identities, religious beliefs, or culture and religious practices. China's highly repressive campaign in Xinjiang extends far beyond the camps. Officials have instituted high-tech surveillance measures, dramatic increases in the number of security personnel, the embedding of security personnel in people's homes, and collection of DNA and other biodata. Outside of its borders, China coerces members of the Muslim minority groups to return to China from abroad and pressures third countries to forcibly return asylum seekers. We are disappointed by the large number of Arab countries that signed a letter to the Human Rights Council praising China's actions in Xinjiang. We have welcomed the fact that Turkey has raised concerns about the situation, and we especially welcome Qatar's decision to withdraw its signature from the letter, and we hope others will follow. We have yet to see China or Russia take a principled stand on human rights in the region, and we're not holding our breath. They remain concerned about human suffering and completely reject the rights of conscience they remain unconcerned about human suffering and completely reject the rights of conscience that and we believe the people of the Middle East and North Africa region value so dearly. Our positive vision of the U.S. as a force for good in the region is based on a value proposition that neither China nor Russia can match. We believe in freedom, openness, and political and economic inclusion. We believe that economic dynamism and private sector growth can benefit all. Believe that fighting corruption and promoting rule of law, both of which are necessary for that growth to be sustainable. This unwavering commitment has strengthened America, and we want it to strengthen our partners as well. Our actions ultimately seek to equip our partners to face modern challenges with a vision anchored in fundamental rights and freedoms. We also help pull people out of poverty to live more prosperous lives. We understand that a country is most successful when its people are free and prosperous. American companies can bring in the latest technology and business methods, and we want to build lasting partnerships with companies and governments of the region. We're interested not in just building physical infrastructure in the region, but also in the development of human capital, government capacity needed to power long-term growth. Creating economic opportunity abroad is not only in our national security interest, it opens markets and generates revenue for U.S. companies. It's a win-win. Since 2011, the United States has contributed over $58 billion throughout the Middle East and North Africa, working across all sectors to foster stability and prosperity, while working with governments to combat common enemies seeking to sow chaos and destruction. Over that period, Russia has provided less than $100 million in humanitarian aid to the Middle East. In 2018, China announced billions in loans to the region, but only $100 million in assistance. Simply stated, there is no comparison. China and Russia engage in the region to further their own interests, often at the expense of their partners. There is a frustrating and disappointing history of broken commitments and violation of international norms by Russia and China that, instead of improving, has worsened in recent years. We are committed to a vision of shared prosperity, regional and global security, and stability and lasting partnership. The global context in which the Middle East sits has changed in recent years. The emergence of great power competition requires a new strategic vision. We have one that I think is compelling. Secretary Pompeo has articulated it, how the United States is and will remain a force for good in the region. As we look to the future, we'll need to view the region in a new light. We'll look to Middle Eastern governments to be constructive partners on both regional challenges and on global engagements with Russia and China. It's a challenge that the United States is well positioned to lead. So thank you. Sorry to say I won't be taking any questions.
Okay, which order? Will first, then Barbara, then you. We'll do America first, then we do Europe. Okay. Well, good morning. I'm very happy to see how many of you have some friends in the audience. Thank you very much all for being here with us and participate to what I think is a couple of extremely interesting panels. Not to waste any more time, I would go directly to the panelists. I will introduce them one by one at the moment they speak. Then we're going to have the floor to you. We wanted to limit as much as possible the remarks so as to give you all the opportunities to ask all the questions you want to ask. Feel free. They are giving all their availability. So take advantage of the caliber of the scholars that are here today. I'd like to start with William Wexler. He's the director of the Rafik Hariri Center for the Middle East and all Middle East programs at the Atlantic Council. His most recent government position was Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Combating Terrorism. And previously, he served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Counter-Narcotics and Global Threats. He serves as Special Advisor to the Secretary of Treasury during the Clinton administration. And he had previously served as Director for Transnational Threats on the National Security Council staff. He is a graduate of Cornell University and received his MA from Columbia University School of International Public Affairs. Will, the floor is yours.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Kareem. My understanding is what we're going to do is I'm going to discuss a little bit about the context of what we see in the Middle East right now, and then we're going to turn to my co-panelists to talk about the American and European responses to those contexts. It's my belief that the most important dynamic that's driving a lot of the decisions and actions in the Middle East right now, and has been for some time, is the widespread perception of American withdrawal. This is exacerbated today by the actions of our president, but it would be wrong to solely blame this dynamic on our current president. This has been a long time coming. I'm going to give you a little bit of context of why I believe that and why this drives us. I'm going to start with just a little anecdote. This is an anecdote back from November 1967, when Britain's Minister of State in the Foreign Commonwealth Office visited the Gulf region. And he had a really important message to give. He said, with all sincerity and all conviction, having had all the discussions that he needed to back in London, that despite some rumors that people were hearing, despite some assessments of the current financial situation of Britain, despite some problems that they had recently had in Aden, that there was no thought of withdrawal in their minds. That so long as was necessary, Britain would remain in the Gulf to ensure the peace and stability of the area. All the actors heard him say this, were very much reassured. And then 2 months later, the British Prime Minister announced that all British forces will be leaving east of Suez, sorry. This was the founding moment for many of the countries in the Gulf. They remember this very well. And they are looking at what's happening today, and they're seeing it through this lens. Let's talk just a brief moment, because there's a great irony in all of this. And the irony is that the American perceptions of our interests in the region have been actually, by policymakers, by experts, have been very consistent for many decades. And the physical ramifications of that, the physical evidence of that in terms of our presence, is sized to deal with those interests and has not changed. So it's very frustrating, just like it was frustrating for our British counterparts 50 years ago, to hear constant questions from the region about American withdrawal. Look around, look at our military, look at our diplomacy, look at our economic impact, look at our intelligence resources. America is tremendously committed to the Gulf. Why do you keep saying this? And all of us who have traveled around the world hear this again and again. Look at our interests. And our interests are very simple. And they derive, most importantly, from the region's position as a driver of energy resources. In addition to the regional focus of our global policies, that we don't want anyone to have the will and capacity to attack the United States, and we don't want anyone to dominate the Eurasian landmass. Very specifically in the Middle East, we want the energy, the United States wants the energy resources to continue to be extracted, wants those energy resources to find their way to the market unmolested, especially on the maritime domain, wants general stability and general prosperity. For my entire lifetime, that is basically, for most of it, that is basically described what the United States was looking for. And the United States has been generally a status quo power for most of that time. Most of our military and diplomatic interventions in the region, with important but minor exceptions, have been to uphold or return to the status quo ante. That has started to change in the last 3 administrations. Why is that? If our interests haven't changed and our presence haven't changed, what has changed? Well, it's our will, and that comes from our politics. Let's talk a little bit about what has changed. First and foremost, America has a long, deep trend of isolationism in its politics. And especially during campaigns, American people who become president reflect that. So the last 4 presidents in a row have all campaigned saying that they wanted to do less in the world, and in particular in the Middle East, than their predecessor did. After a while, people in the region start to hear that message. Now, after Bill Clinton came into office, he took a year to do a review of Middle East and actually came up with a dual containment policy that basically returned to the traditional American approach. To George W. Bush had it forced upon him with 9/11, and he decided to take a marked detour from traditional American policy, and instead of acting to uphold the status quo, he went to undermine the status quo and change the status quo. Again, while his views about energy resources were in no way different from those in the region and from traditional views, that was unnerving to people in the region. President Obama did not take that long time to do an assessment of the Middle East, but instead very quickly went to Cairo and said some very powerful things about America's relationship with Muslims in the world, but in his speech did not reflect these long-standing traditional views of what American interests were in the region, and instead laid out his priorities, which he then by and large went on to fulfill about working with Iran to make a nuclear deal, about deprioritizing some of the issues that the people in the region thought should be higher priorities. But even more than that, the view from the region was that there was a degree of unpredictability in the Obama administration. Whether it was calling a red line in Syria, the use of chemical weapons and then not doing it, whether it was very quickly abandoning Mubarak and then very quickly accepting the Muslim Brotherhood-led government in a way that was unnerving to them, whether it was not intervening in Syria in a way that people had come to expect American leadership to do, or not intervening in Iraq until Mosul had already fallen from the Islamic State. And unfortunately, the region was so, leaders in the region were so excited at the prospect of Obama leaving office that they allowed themselves to believe that President Trump would represent a return to normalcy and American traditions. If anything, of course, he has proven far more erratic and far more willing to upend these traditional, long-standing, decades-long views of American policy towards the Middle East. I'm not going to go into every single one, but it's clear what very recently in Syria, continuing the process started in the Obama administration of allowing Russia back in, which again was the thing that in the Carter doctrine and in the Reagan reflagging was one of the reasons why we were there, is to keep Russia out, as Assistant Secretary Schenker just said. But even what Trump has done is even something even more that cuts into the traditional view of U.S. interests, and that's questioning our commitment to traditional approaches towards energy issues. He came into office believing that that as a result of the Iraq War, we should have taken the oil from Iraq. He communicated it publicly, and he said it privately to Iraqi leaders. This is something that one could not have imagined for the last 7 decades of American policy. More recently, he has publicly questioned whether the United States should be part of should have as one of its core responsibilities the protection of the free flow and the freedom of navigation of energy resources through the Straits of Hormuz. And again, 20% of all the world's energy resources go through the Strait of Hormuz. There is no other entity aside from the United States that can protect that. Calls for energy independence sound good politically, matter when it comes to protecting the United States from another party cutting off our energy supplies in a time of crisis like we did to Japan before World War II, but do not in any way affect the global price of oil, which is what affects the American economy and inflation, is a good part of the reason why we're doing this in the first place. And no president before President Trump has called this into question, and he's done so very, very publicly. So if you're in the region, what you say is, despite American interests, despite our presence, America is withdrawing. You've heard this loud and clear. You've seen it in our actions. What does this mean? What this means is that they have to start taking actions in response to that. That perception is driving a reality. It means that parties in the region are building their own capabilities, building their own military capabilities, building their own intelligence capabilities, building their own cyber capabilities, building their own diplomatic capabilities. It means they're starting to use those capabilities. And the historical norm is that wisdom lags the development of new capabilities. And so the likelihood of using these capabilities in ways that turn out to be unwise goes up significantly. They're building new relationships across the region. They're hedging the decline of American power by building out new relationships with other external powers. Assistant Secretary Schenker can bemoan, quite accurately in many cases, the implications of growing Russian and Chinese power in the region. But that doesn't change the fact that every single actor, friend and foe alike, are building out those relationships. I mean, if you go to Israel today, on Likud's headquarters, on the front is a huge poster of Netanyahu with President Trump. On the back is a huge poster of Netanyahu with Putin. That is inconceivable a decade ago, and that's the world that we're in today. Regional actors are building out new spheres of influence, not only within the Middle East, but in their near abroad as well. The result of all of these actions is a region that is less secure, less stable, less predictable, more prone to crises that could create interstate violence, more prone to situations that could block the movement of energy across the maritime domains, more prone to situations where energy production itself can break down, and less likely to be highly economically advanced in the years to come. That is the opposite of all of the US interests for the last number of decades. That is all being driven by this perception of American withdrawal.
That's all. Thank you very much, Will. I have now the honor and the pleasure to introduce and pass the floor to Ambassador Barbara Leaf. She has been the U.S. Ambassador to the United Arab Emirates from 2014 to 2018, and is today a senior fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, and the director of the Beth and David Gedolt Program on Arab Politics. During her diplomatic career, she has served in the highest level position at Foggy Bottom. Before arriving in Abu Dhabi, she served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for the Arabian Peninsula in the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs, and as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Iraq. Directed the U.S. Provincial Reconstruction Team in Basra, Iraq, and served in the department, first Director of the Office of Iranian Affairs. She had postings in Rome, the most important one.
Of course.
That's when we met. I remember those lunches where we were
Exactly.
freshly talking about Middle Eastern politics with a lot of good Italian food. That was fantastic. I missed those days. But other places she had Sarajevo, Paris, Cairo, Tunis, Jerusalem, Port-au-Prince. Ambassador Leaf.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kareem. Well, I'm not sure that I'm going to have strike any lighter notes than Will did. I hope not to drive you into despair, but I will say I'm going to take a sort of a closer in look at U.S. policy and actions under the Trump administration. So with the great historical backdrop that Will provided, what I would say about the region is, there is a greater and greater sense of fragility. I would argue perhaps the point as to whether the U.S. disengagement produces that, or whether, and indeed whether the U.S. has the ability to affect some of the events that are going on in the region. But certainly there's a sense of lack of U.S. leadership and a quickening sense of U.S. disengagement. But I would also go further and say there's an incoherence about the administration's essential national security goals in the region. So as Will noted, for 4 decades, securing global energy supplies and deterring or contesting any effort by either an outside power such as the Soviet Union or a regional power such as Iraq in 1990 to dominate the region was an undergirding principle for Republican and Democratic administrations until the Trump administration. This administration has rather focused its approach to the region around 3 essential pillars: countering ISIS, countering Iran, and bolstering, deepening the strategic relationship with Israel. You hear very little else from the administration about burning issues such as Libya, only episodically, Yemen, Egypt, and so on, Jordan. But the administration's own erratic steps, its failures to act at times, and its accession to the destructive activities of external actors have undermined these very pillars. So if we take the effort against ISIS, as you know, the Trump administration inherited a campaign against ISIS that was well underway, briskly prosecuted it to conclusion with the destruction of the caliphate's capital in Raqqa in October 2017, and then Mosul's liberation in December. But at that time and until today, important vestiges of ISIS remained on both sides of the border. And in fact, there is a deepening concern in Iraq about the degree to which ISIS is reforming and going beyond the sort of hit and run insurgency phase. But in Syria, those large remnants of ISIS, tens of thousands of fighters across the country, remained a focal point for U.S. efforts. And indeed, we had troops there sustaining the effort alongside Kurdish forces to clear out and to hold those territories. And U.S. forces were also there, of course, to continue to train and improve the capabilities of the Kurdish forces to keep ISIS at bay. Twice in the past year, however, we've seen the president, after a phone call with Recep Erdogan, reverse this and announce that the fight against ISIS was over and that he would withdraw troops. So obviously the repercussions flow in all directions. In the first instance, it's a battering, destructive blow to U.S. credibility. Credibility in terms of sticking alongside a fighting force that has lost upwards of 11,000 fighters and family members in the fight, and which was critical to destroying the caliphate in Syria. You now see the way cleared for what can only be a highly destabilizing effort by Turkey to ethnically reorder that whole band along the border and to create an Arab belt where one doesn't exist. This will be in the throes of fighting. This will produce refugee flows, and indeed you've already heard expressions of deep concern from Iraqi Kurdish leaders about the prospect of refugee flows coming as a result of that fighting. Most importantly, you have the very real prospect that some 11,000 ISIS fighters that the SDF is holding will be released or escape as the Kurds turn to defend themselves. And then you've got what I always think of as the bellows effect of this kind of instability and reforming of ISIS or any other terrorist elements, bellows effect on Iraq, which is itself in a fragile state, as we saw this past week with the protests. On the second big pillar, countering Iran, I won't go into details about the what you all know very well, which is the administration's approach to countering Iran, which has essentially been built around a crushing set of sanctions. It's a powerful tool, but it's one that I certainly don't believe has had almost any effect on Iran's activities in the region, not in Yemen, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon. And even the closest allies of the U.S. have increasingly wondered over the past year where the sanctions would go. What was beyond that? What was the roadmap? And there didn't really seem to be one. But I would say the most troubling thing for me in terms of the failure of the administration's Iran policy has been this last 5 or 6 months. So essentially, since the administration announced in April that it would work to grind Iranian oil exports to zero, Tehran essentially took that as a declaration of economic war and decided to test the proposition of whether Washington could be the only one with a maximum pressure campaign. And indeed, over the course of the summer, especially following I think, following the May 5th announcement by John Bolton that the U.S. would use unrelenting force to respond to any attack on U.S. interests or those of partners, Tehran immediately moved to test that proposition, and it did so repeatedly throughout the summer. Attacks on tankers, attacks on the East-West pipeline in Saudi Arabia, harassment of tankers, detention of tankers, and so on. And these were, in the usual way, thinly veiled efforts by the Iranians, but just beneath the threshold of deniability. But I think where things took a particularly destructive turn was September 14th, when for the first time, and I mean, I struggle to think of any other time except back in the 1980s during the tanker wars, when you had an attack directly from Iran launched on a Gulf country, in this case Saudi Arabia, and it wasn't a minor blow. It was what by any measure could be deemed a strategic attack. So in the face of these cat and mouse attacks, and then following the September 14th attack, you've had real messaging incoherence. I keep coming back to that word because you've had the president on the very day of the attack saying, we're locked and loaded, we're ready to respond, depending on what Saudi Arabia wants us to do, and then reverting hours later to public musings about the fact that fortunately the U.S. is no longer dependent on Gulf oil, ... So to say the least, Tehran could be forgiven for believing that there is, in effect, no red line for the administration. Finally, the relationship with Israel, I'd say, is in a very curious place. On the one hand, the administration has demonstrated foursquare political support for the Netanyahu government, and over the course of time has delivered gifts of enormous importance to Israel, movement of the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, recognition of Israeli sovereignty over the Golan, and then 2+ punishing years of actions against Palestinian Authority. But on the other hand, where Israel calculates it faces one of the most critical national security threats vis-a-vis Iran and Iran's effort to essentially pass advanced missile technology to Hezbollah, Israel's largely been on its own, or rather it's worked with Moscow. It's not worked with Washington. It has worked with Moscow such that it could essentially direct itself kinetically to the problem in Syria and Lebanon. And then in a single weekend in August, if we go by media reports, Israel struck 3 Arab countries to disrupt this same project. So then I'll come back to this announcement this week, the last couple days, that by the president that he would withdraw troops from Syria, that we'd been there too long, that we were it was long past due time to bring them home. That decision right there undermines all 3 goals. It's a win for ISIS. It's a win for Iran, and needless to say, Damascus and Moscow. It's deeply unnerving to U.S. partners. Israel has made it clear it doesn't care about the number of troops in Syria. It wants the U.S. flag there as an important impediment to Iran. And of course, it's deeply disturbing to the Gulf allies who see further evidence of this sort of head-snapping policy veering about reversals by the president, and his clear distaste for expending U.S. blood and treasure to extend any kind of security umbrella for heretofore close allies. So no one's in charge in the region. Not that we've always been in charge as such, but we have exercised, when we've been successful, we have had an ability to corral countries, like-minded countries, to a big effort. And the counter-ISIS campaign is only the most recent, but a critical one. And I would argue that had the U.S. not stepped forward in 2014, Iraq would have fallen to ISIS within that first year. All the best efforts of Qasem Soleimani would not have been able to deliver the kind of campaign that we brought together with 70-plus countries, with the air power and ISR and everything else that we brought to the fight. Russia will not do that. China will not do that. There is no other organizing power. And so I would conclude by saying I agree very much with Will that this is a disruption of 4 decades of, at least, of U.S. leadership, even if I do take the point that the Obama administration too showed in the view of many allies, showed a certain fecklessness. But there's nothing like what we are experiencing today. And I would just note, I left Baghdad on last Sunday. The unrest started Monday, Tuesday. No coincidence. But it was bubbling, and then it roared into life. And there has been virtually no attention by the administration to what is really seismic and hugely violent interactions by protesters and security forces. It's quite remarkable. The president is tweeting about Turkey and defending what he did, and frankly confusing everyone to a greater degree with every tweet. It's really, really unclear at this point what exactly we're doing and what exactly we will accept in terms of Turkey's moves. But there's been virtually no attention to a country which is racked by the most serious unrest, I would say, since the Arab Spring. And I'll end there.
Thank you very much. Fascinating. Our third speaker is Dr. Haizem Amira Fernandez. He is a senior analyst at the Elcano Royal Institute in Madrid and an associate professor at the Instituto de Empresa. He has lectured at the University Autónoma de Madrid, the Georgetown University, St. Louis University, Universidad San Pablo, and the Universidad de Barcelona. He has also worked for the United Nations in New York and for human rights in Washington, D.C. His research areas pertain to international relations, political Islam, and transition to democracy in the Arab world. Haizem.
Okay, thank you very much, Karim, and thanks to the Atlantic Council for having me and to ISPI for the invitation. I've been asked to talk about the EU's foreign policy towards its foreign neighborhood, towards the MENA region. So I'm going to share with you a few ideas along the 3 or 4 different lines. First of all, the structural limitations of EU's foreign policy in general, and especially when it comes to its southern neighborhood. Second, the paradoxes of the EU's foreign action and its importance and relevance. Third, the current context in the MENA region and how it's viewed from the European side. And finally, some brief ideas about the incoming new commission that will start operating on November 1st and what this new orientation is by the new commission. So to start with, the question is, does Europe have a strategic vision, as the title of this conference is, strategic visions? Does it have a strategic vision towards the Middle East and North Africa? And my quick answer is no, it doesn't have a strategic vision. There are multiple visions at different points in time and multiple visions within the EU itself. And there is for sure a strategic dilemma. So let me start with the multiple visions. There are 28 members so far. It doesn't mean that there are 28 visions, but sometimes you have blocks. You have different groups that form or ally on certain issues. The paradox of the EU is the following. It's a heavyweight in its southern neighborhood when it comes to series of, and I'm going to name like economic relations for sure. It's the largest economic partner of its southern neighborhood by far. Resources, the history, the human contacts, diplomatic efforts. I mean, just count the number of missions, diplomats, both at the European delegations and national delegations. The effort that is made etc., and cooperation aid, etc., etc. So it's a heavy weight in those domains. But then it is a dwarf. It's tiny and it's inefficient when it comes to other issues of trying to shape or to transform its immediate neighborhood and transform it in a positive way. So this is the main paradox. Another paradox is the EU as a normative actor or power trying to transform or to converge the southern neighborhood. And remember, back in 1995, the launching of the so-called Barcelona process, the Euro-Mediterranean partnership, there was, I would say, it was last time that the EU had a vision as such, specifically for the Mediterranean, for the southern Mediterranean. There was a diagnosis, which I think still holds in large extent until our days. But there was the paradox, and the paradox was the following. So in order to make those southern political systems or regimes come closer and build a neighborhood that has shared prosperity, stability, and peace, it was done in a voluntary way. So all the democratic clauses that were included in the partnership agreements were never used ever with any single southern Mediterranean country, which means that Europe did business as usual. There were abuses and there were excesses and violations of human rights, etc. But they had no cost, real cost. The discourse was supporting human rights, defending democracy, building, the neighborhood with shared values. No, it was not a neighborhood of shared values for sure. So the EU is good at advancing convergence when there is political will and a common vision, and it has proven so repeatedly. But it's much less effective as a group when there's a big gap between words and deeds. And I think the Mediterranean is one of those places where those gaps are really broad. Effective foreign policy anywhere in the world requires certain elements like capacity for decision making, implementation capacity, legitimacy, credibility. And this is a problem for the EU and its southern neighborhood. I mean, for sure, the decision-making capacity of the EU institutions, it's really good when it has to do with a qualified majority and decisions are made, by qualified majority. Trade, for instance, it's strong in those domains. But it's weak when consensus is required. Foreign and security policies so far have been consensus-based, and basically that means the common lower denominator. And I'll make a reference about the incoming commission and this consensus or qualified majority when it comes to foreign policy. We see that there's a decline in Europe's international relevance. I think that is clear, and there's a consciousness about it in the EU itself. Brexit is not helping, for sure. Economic decline or relative decline compared to other emerging economic powers. Internal divisions among different European countries, so forming blocs, and some of them basically Eurosceptic or anti-European forces within some member states, and the US, the role of the US, which I think the lack of coherence, it's something that is affecting Europe when looking at the southern Mediterranean for the obvious role that the US has played for decades, but the unreliability, and I think this is a term that has been more and more used. Is the US a reliable partner for Europe? Some would even go further and question whether the US is an ally of Europe as a group, as a project, whether it is an ally, and for sure in the Mediterranean and the its southern neighborhood. So a few comments about the context in the southern neighbors of the EU. I think that the EU's contradictions are becoming more evident in the Mediterranean due to the transformation of threats and intensification of challenges. And Will was referring to the context in the region with the growing instability, threats, conflicts, and fragility. I think this is a clear term, fragility. Not only state fragility, but society cohesion fragility across the region at different degrees. So everything that's happening in the southern neighborhood of Europe has an immediate impact on Europe itself. And sometimes this is forgotten. It has an impact, has an effect. Migration, be it economic migration or refugee flows, Well, we have seen it for the past few years, how it has affected and deeply conditioned domestic politics in certain European countries. Terrorism that is rooted or linked to the southern neighborhood, the negative perceptions that are conditioning and that are, actually that are very powerful in shaping policies and the action of governments, of individual national governments, and the far-right movements or the national populist parties that we have seen in several countries, including my own in Spain, for the first time after the death of Franco, with representation in parliament. It is those movements have different reasons to appear, but for sure something very happening in the southern Mediterranean has a very important impact and raison d'etre for some of these regions. So very quickly, the EU after the Arab uprisings or the Arab awakening, whatever you want to call it, 2011, I think there's a massive strategic confusion in the EU after the 2011 period. That confusion is clear when reading documents and official, communications by the Commission, when also reading the European Global Strategy, and going back and forth. Yes, we support certain things, but suddenly no, we're back to business as usual, or to the old authoritarian stability paradigm. I think, well, the EU has been acting as a pro-status quo actor and has missed, in my opinion, the opportunity for building or trying to advance a new model of stability in its immediate neighborhood. I think the EU is not asking itself the question of what kind of neighborhood we would like to live in the coming 5, 10, 20 years. And without having the answer to that question and without having the resources and the political will to shape the region in that direction, obviously, most likely you will end up in somewhere very different from where you would like to be. Now, quickly, the EU today, when dealing with the South, I think it's living in denial, and this is something that, for whatever reasons, short-term, policies or electoral calculations by European politicians, the EU may be getting a bit too late to prevent deeper shocks in the region, and with deeper shocks, deeper consequences as well for the EU itself. One thing that is missing in a lot of analyses when looking at North Africa, at the Middle East, is the socio-economic transformations that are happening and why these are creating, and what we're seeing, not in Iraq and Egypt and Jordan, Algeria, for 34 weeks now in a row. So there's something that I think we're not paying enough attention. We're talking about the big picture, geopolitics, power competition, et cetera, but what about the hundreds of millions, and most of them youth, and how sustainable is the state-society relationship? One last comment about the incoming, the new commission. I was listening yesterday morning to the hearing of the new, already confirmed High Representative and Vice President of the Commission, Josep Borrell, the European Parliament. And this idea of having a new commission that's more geopolitical, that, and he said it yesterday, that Europe has to learn to use the language of power and to use it when needed. The idea of also moving towards qualified majority decisions that have to do with foreign policy and not only unanimity or consensus, which has been, I think, one of the main problems for EU foreign action. And the fact that the EU is finding itself in a new situation where there are this competition between the US, China. Russia is in a way back, and suddenly the EU is not clear what role it's expected from it, and what is the best position that it should, which position should be. We see tariffs and other things that are being imposed on EU. We see harsh language used against European allies, and just let me say allies in a strange way. And the lack of communication and this is not from this administration, by the way. You have to go back maybe a few years before this administration. But so all this will have an impact on EU's foreign policy, and especially the South. if the EU prefers to have a South stabilized no matter how, I think reality and events will prove that the EU will be dragged to its southern neighborhood, to be forced by the events that most likely will happen, will take place. Well, 5 years commission, I'm sure they're going to see a lot of things happening in the southern neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Hazen. There's a lot of food for thought. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. So I will pass it to you. And Barbara? Is there anybody? Yeah, Adam. Dr. Slavin.
Thank you so much. Barbara Slavin here at the Atlantic Council. To our European guest, you didn't mention the Iran experience. And I'm wondering how the EU is dealing with the fact that it seems incapable of really challenging U.S. secondary sanctions. What is the thinking now going forward? Is there still any hope to salvage the JCPOA? We know that President Macron has been very active, but what about the EU? How are they supporting or not supporting his efforts? Thanks.
We take another question. Please introduce yourself first.
Augustus Alzona, a supporter of the President Trump, President of the U.S. If you had the President's ear, and I'm addressing this to any of you who cares to answer this question, if you had the President's ear in light of your worldview, or specifically in the Middle East, what would you advise him to do at this point in time, going forward?
Very good. Is there any other? Yeah, another one here.
I'm Peter Humphrey, an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. Normally when this sort of thing happens, there's a concomitant increase in covert operation capability as a sort of a leave-behind network or a slight offset for the damage that's being done by the withdrawal. Do you feel that Trump is so bent on this that he might not allow even that there will be no offset increase in covert capabilities simultaneously? Ambassador, I think.
Do you mean with specific regard to Iran, Syria?
I'm thinking Syria, the YPG, the Turks.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly, Turkey has to expand to cover some of this damage of our departure.
Mm-hmm.
And they're probably delighted to do that because they can kill more YPG.
So, if do you want me to? So I'll start with just a couple thoughts on that, and bear with me. I got in this morning at 3 a.m. my time from California, and so I was in California for a couple of days as all of this was unraveling. I think there is great non-clarity within government as to where the president wants to go on this issue. It was a surprise apparently to Erdogan, as it was in December when the president announced that he was going to pull all the troops home, and then he's not, and then he is, or he's moving 100 out of the way so that Turkey can move in. It's quite confused. I suspect, given the uproar on the Hill and the strong pushback, expert counsel from DOD and others in state and the CIA, I suspect that there will be a stepping back from this posture of taking everybody out, but it remains very unclear what Turkey intends to do. And Turkey's been fulminating about its intentions to move into that zone and clear out the YPG and so on. And I see no evidence. I see no evidence that has been at this point choreographed in any manageable way. And indeed, if we choreograph it with the Turks, then it looks like we're essentially, abetting. They're going after our erstwhile allies. So it's very confused. To the gentleman's question about what would I tell the president?
Advise.
Yeah, advice. I mean, yeah.
You cannot tell them.
No, I mean, as a diplomat, I would tell the Secretary of the State or tell any number of my bosses my thinking. But look, I would say slow down, get a grip on your messaging. The messaging, the public messaging is itself so destructive right now. It is injurious. Somebody mentioned, or maybe Heisen mentioned this issue of, is the U.S. reliable? That's a profound question. If we are not reliable for our friends, not reliable for people who fought side by side with us, I mean, it's so destructive. If ISIS resurges, who's going to join that coalition with us? We could not even get a maritime operation underway this summer in the clear face of Iranian attacks on international shipping. We could not get people to join our effort. So slow down and formulate, and this is the kind of stuff he doesn't really like to do, but formulate an approach that works with partners. And that would be Europeans, that would be Gulf partners. I mean, we should have been able to, essentially, following September 14th, we should have been able to briskly isolate Iran publicly, politically, diplomatically, which is not to say then just steady on, carry on with sanctions. Like, there were a whole series of things that he should have done, and that was begun at the UN, and that's kind of frittered away. And my fear is, frankly, that, why did Iran do this? It's feeling squeezed, as a number of Iraqi, Qatari officials who've dealt with Iran for years said, look, the Iranians feel, it's like a dying man. You can go quietly, or you can do one big kick and struggle before and maybe delay death, etc., divert. If we don't do anything else on Iran, but steady as she goes on sanctions, we're going to have another go like this, and it could, because the onus is on Iran to keep disrupting this.
Will?
Sure, just and then you can answer the question specifically about Europe, but about the covert action question. It's my experience that successful covert action programs require two things. Require long-term planning in order to put them into place, and require a partner that has the deep trust that the United States is going to be there for a long period of time. Neither of those are evident at all in the current circumstances. So I can't. I would be shocked if we were, even if the president wanted to, if we would be successful at balancing withdrawal of military by increasing our covert action, much less just the platforms that the military provides in order for covert action to be successful. So, so I wish that was a good potential solution, but I don't see it. As far as things to recommend to the president, and this isn't necessarily, I'm not going to say just change all of your policies, because I disagree with all of them, but if I was an advisor to the president, there are basically three things that really need to change. Is first, decide what your goals are of your Iran policy. Is it to have regime change? Is it just to increase the pain that the Iranians are perceiving? Is it to advance the probability of successful negotiations for a better deal? If it is the latter, both the diplomacy and the structure of the maximum pressure campaign have not been designed towards that end. So it is not clear to me that the Trump administration and President Trump himself have actually concluded what the goal of their campaign is. Secondly, decide what your red lines are with Iran. The basic essence of deterrence is that you want to get your adversary to understand that you have both the will and the capacity to enforce your own red lines. During the Cold War, at any given moment, there were literally thousands of people that were working on that part of the equation of deterrence. Do the Soviets really believe that we would trade New York for Berlin? Do they really believe? Do they really believe that we have the will? We're not at that point with Iran, because they don't even know what our red lines are. And the reason why they don't know where our red lines are is because we don't know where our red lines are. In the aftermath of the recent attacks, both on taking down our unmanned aerial vehicle, and then President Trump has twice tried to publicly describe what red lines were. The first time he said a red line would be if Iran kills any American. And then undoubtedly it was explained to him that that sounded a lot like his predecessor, and so he quickly changed and said, oh, if it attacks anything American. And so surprise, surprise, after a given period of time, the Iranians decided, okay, we'll attack something that's not American. What they are doing is slowly and methodically, and with, again, the flimsiest of deniability, moving up the escalation ladder to try to identify where the American red lines might be and to create a norm of operating right below those red lines. It's a very dangerous situation because we don't know them in the first place. And the third thing I would say is, in order to answer both of these questions, is the president needs to have a process internally that helps him deliberate, that says what are the pros and the cons of each option, what are the risks and the advantages of each. One of the common stories throughout this administration is that this president, unlike virtually all of his predecessors, just simply does not have that kind of process, and it makes it extremely difficult to understand what the second and third order effects of every decision that you make.
Yeah. Well, yes, Iran and the nuclear deal, obviously, I mean, for the European diplomacy, it was a success in the sense that it proved that multilateralism and diplomacy works at that moment in order to deal with one of the most pressing issues or threats of the international scene at the time. The fact that only one of the signatories of the JCPOA decided to withdraw unilaterally has put the EU in a very difficult position. The EU as a group, but also those EU members more involved in the agreement, and obviously President Macron of France has been trying to save whatever possible, maybe changing the JCPOA, I mean the J part with a T. So without, it's not a joint comprehensive plan of action, but a Trump comprehensive plan of action. It has worked in other places with, I guess, NAFTA and other things. So why not trying to bring together? But obviously, and this links to what Will was saying, I mean, when there's no clarity and you're dealing with a regime like the Iranian regime, that are the masters of escalation, and they know how to play their cards, even if with being weak ones. For Europe, it's a big dilemma, and it's a problem. It's a big problem. Obviously, I think Europe is waiting for November 2020, trying to have the least damage possible, or trying to save as much as possible of that nuclear deal, trying to maintain channels open with the Iranian regime in a way of stay there, let's try to do certain things, but it cannot alienate the US for obvious reasons. I mean, Iran is not that relevant and important in economic terms, and we've seen all the sanctions, the tariffs, and all those things, and obviously there are the dimensions that have to do with the Gulf, with the Arabian Peninsula as well. So the Warsaw Conference, there was a reference to it earlier. I mean, look at the level of representation that EU countries and the EU itself sent to that Warsaw Conference. It already tells you, when friends and see that that it's not the way of doing it. So who is the U.S. left with with this whole nuclear deal? And what's the alternative? Again, so maximum pressure, fine, maximum resistance, but the alternative is maximum war. For Europe, that would be catastrophic for Europe. Thank you.
One here, then there, and then there. Please introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, Mohammed Salami from International Institute for Iranian Studies in Riyadh. Listening to what David said this morning and your presentation, William, I can come with 2 points. One is United States is withdrawing from the region. It doesn't want to be involved in the regional issues. But at the same time, we are hearing the complaint about the presence of China and Russia. The withdrawal will create a gap, and this gap has to be filled. So what would the American policy if the Chinese and the Russians will be more involved, will build more relations, maybe military bases in the region? Thank you very much.
And there is one there.
Thank you so much. I'm the ambassador of Arab League in Washington. My question to Ambassador, I'm just talking about what we have heard yesterday for withdrawing with the American troops from northern Syria. Is the president serious about destroying the Turkish economy when he said if the Turkey attacks northern Syria, we are going to destroy their economy? If it's that type of deterrence or just assuring the Kurds about that? Thank you so much.
One there and then there.
George Nicholson, the representative from the Global Special Operations Forces Foundation. You alluded to trust. One of them, Admiral McRaven, Bill McRaven, is one of the finest special operations commanders we ever had. He said, you can surge forces, but you can't surge trust. And just like Ambassador Ryan Crocker has said, look what we did in Pakistan, convincing the Pakistani government to support operations against the Russians in Afghanistan. But when they left, we pulled the plug on F-16 sales. We kicked their junior officers out of our schools here in the States, and we kicked their officers out. Look what we did to the Shah of Iran. We convinced him to leave rather than have a civil war. But then when he came down with cancer, remember the huge flu flaw that went on, to let him into the country to get cancer treatment. And then we drop-kicked him down to Panama, where he was terrified he was going to get sold out by Noriega. Even other examples, going back to Vietnam, we said, okay, we're going to leave, but we're going to provide you all this military assistance and trust. 2 years later, Congress said, no, we changed our mind and cut it off. Basically getting back to the concept, if we don't have trust, how can we expect in the future that we're going to get anybody out there that believes what we're going to do?
The gentleman there.
Thank you. My name is Salah Bayazidi. I'm representing Komala Party of Iranian Kurdistan in Washington. I have a question of Ambassador Leaf and the guest. While we see the Iran aggression in Saudi Arabia, a vulnerability is proved. How much vulnerable Saudi Arabia and other Gulf country. Saudi Arabia cannot defeat the insurgency in 4 years in Yemen. So what would be the wise and reasonable response to the Iran's aggression? How politically and military been calculated? Because obviously limited military strike, it can help Iran, and it had been discussed in the media. Thank you.
Same
Okay.
order.
So to your question, well, I could start by saying it never should have come to this, that Iran skipped up several rungs of the escalatory ladder and surprised everyone, the U.S., the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia most of all. I wouldn't suggest a military response, least of all by the Saudis. They would get themselves into a mess rather rapidly, and they understand that as much as it was an act of war, it will not do Saudi Arabia or our other partners there any good for them to try that sort of approach. Thus, I think it requires a whole set of steps that the U.S. should if not lead, do in very close coordination with the Saudis and the Emiratis, the whole GCC family. But frankly, you have to widen it out because that strike was also a strategic strike on global energy supply. So it is inherently of interest to the international community. I would have liked to have seen the administration very aggressively undertake diplomatic efforts with Beijing, with Tokyo, with other key countries, with Europe. Again, to isolate, put heat on Iran. We certainly have a menu of covert options that we could exercise. I'm not suggesting getting again into a shooting conflict between Washington and Tehran, but we have a menu of covert things that we could do to pressure the regime, but then also have a game plan for that pivot to negotiations. Even in the aftermath of something like this, you have to be thinking about that. But again, we shouldn't have come to the point where there was such a disastrous strike and with no options in play. I think that was fulminating by the president. I don't think he has any intention of wrecking Turkey's economy, and I'm not sure that we could as such. Analyzing my own side, I think the president was trying to defend against criticism that he had caved to Erdogan and sold out an ally, and that this ally, which had been so critical for the defeat of ISIS, had been the most important factor, that we were about to sell them out, or he had sold them out and they were going to be slaughtered. So I think this was his effort to deflect that. There was another question. The trust issue, fully agree. You with the notion that you don't surge trust. You have to have a good reservoir of trust in order to do, whether it's covert actions or a coalition effort. Fortunately, and yes, U.S. history is littered with many examples of when we let partners down. Frankly, every country has that history. And fortunately, people forget, and when the crisis comes, they manage to come together. Your question about, isn't it sort of fair enough if Saudi Arabia or other Gulf countries look to better partners? I think was you didn't say that, but you were suggesting it. Good luck with that, is all I can say. Yeah, Russia stands by its friends, Bashar al-Assad, and wrecked one of the most glorious Arab countries in the region. Great loyalty to Bashar, but at the cost of 500,000 Syrians dead and millions of lives uprooted. So if you think swapping in Moscow for Washington is a good bet, I wouldn't suggest it. And for China, China's rise is giving us all a lot of sleepless nights, and Washington hasn't figured out friend or foe, competitor, rival, enemy. We're going to figure it out here somewhere down the road in a couple of years, I suspect. But again, I think the Gulf countries in particular have to understand what is pushing a series of presidents to think the way they do, which is war weariness on the part of the Americans. But you all have to pull back, not rebuke us for leaving, but rather give us a reason to re-engage. And frankly, it's 2019, and I would hope there would be more leadership within the region and less reliance on external powers.
A couple of thoughts on some of the questions. First on the trust question. It's critical for all of American foreign policy and diplomacy, but it's particularly critical when it comes to our counterterrorism policies, because anyone who's worked on counterterrorism for a long time knows that the answer is indirect action. The answer is not occupation of a foreign country. It is not dropping hellfires from the sky. It's working by, with, and through the local partners so that the local partners can solve your terrorist problems, your mutual terrorist problems. The only way that that works is that we have long-standing, persistent placement and access, trust building with these kinds of partners, whether they be elements of a state or whether they be non-state actors, depending on the environment. It is the case that they make assessments about the trustworthiness of the United States, not only because of the way the United States treats them, but because of what they observe the United States treating others. And so the Kurds around the world, you can get, maybe the Colombians have a better track record, but it's very, very few. The Kurds have a tremendously strong track record of working with the United States to effectively accomplish our mutual counterterrorism goals, now in multiple countries, and we are potentially leaving them to die. And that will resonate long and wide and well beyond the Kurdish experience. On Russia and China, just to go, when I laid out what our interests are in the Middle East, I don't really believe that Russia shares any of them. When you look at what's in it for Russian interests, that's the reason why one of the great accomplishments in my lifetime in the Middle East was the United States playing a role of getting Russia out of the Middle East. That's all been reversed, and this is not good for the region. It's not good for the United States' interests. China is a more complicated question. China doesn't have a history in the Middle East the way that Russia does. China shares some of our interests at some level in terms of energy, in a way that Russia doesn't as a consumer. That's very well influenced by global energy prices. But at the same time, there are other things that cut the other way. I think the fundamental question is, there are some parts in the world where it's hard to imagine over the next couple of decades the US and China not being an area of geopolitical competition, if not confrontation, in Southeast Asia and elsewhere. It's not clear to me that the Middle East has to be that way. It can be that way. I can certainly paint you a picture where in the next 20 years, that is the future of the Middle East, but I could also imagine situations where it's not. It requires the United States and China to be talking about the Middle East, which we are not doing right now. And one last thing just about China is, China in the audiences in the Middle East, and especially in the audiences of many Middle Eastern leaders, China presents an alternative model to the U.S. You can get everything you can get from the United States in terms of economic, technological benefits without any complaints about human rights or democracy. And more than that, China is perfecting the use of technology to restrain their own populations. At some point in the future, that technology will be exported, and there will be many parties in the Middle East who will find that to be find themselves to be very active buyers, and that's a whole other set of problems that we can anticipate in the future. And the last thing about what to do with Iran, quickly, 4 things. You have to reestablish deterrence. I do think that there is a role for kinetic action, given where we have been and given where we might be. It is a very minor role, and it is a very proportionate role, and we have to really understand, for all the things that Iran did strategically, and I completely agree with you about what they did in Saudi Arabia, it's also important to understand as what they didn't do. They took out facilities that were capable of being fixed. There were other facilities that would be much more difficult to be fixed. That could have been. They didn't kill people. It actually took effort, I suspect, not to kill people in what they did. They are trying to march up this escalation framework and figure out where the levels are. So if we were to do, for instance, the proposal that mind-bogglingly got to the president's desk after the shoot down of the UAV and attack them in their homeland, that, from their perspective, would be a vast escalation compared to what they did of killing individuals. So we have to be very, very careful in the military actions that we do, that it's perceived to be proportionate. But I do think we need to reestablish deterrence because it's lost right now. We have to, at the same time we do it, we have to figure out a process to de-escalate. And de-escalation involves the third thing, which is negotiations. And de-escalation involves the actions by our partners in the region, Saudi Arabia and the UAE and others, that are already starting their own efforts towards de-escalation. And then we need much more wide diplomacy, like you were talking about bringing this into a global context. None of these things I see actually happening right now. The deterrence, the de-escalation, the negotiations, and then the wider diplomacy. But if we were really going to approach the threat that we see now, this is what you would want to do. And you'd want to, of course, reaffirm all of our basic interests about the free flow of oil and everything, which are now up in the air. They're being questioned.
If I may add one more thing to what Will has just said about Iran. The Iranians have made it clear. They stated that if they were not allowed to export their oil, nobody else would be allowed to do it. So the question is, how much time do we still have before the pain that's being felt by the Iranian population, I'm not talking about the regime here, will lead to an escalation that is, when you're cornered and you've lost almost everything. And don't forget, another point here is that we are approaching a moment of change in leadership. We've been saying this for forever, but in Iran at some point, the leadership will have to change, and it's not clear what the replacement, of the Khamenei system is, and the window of opportunity for dialogue, for negotiating, and for using the good. Some neighbors who see the danger of escalation and who can feel the destruction, Kuwait, Oman, and other neighbors. I mean, there's a need to use them and also to de-escalate. And we're seeing that, the UAE, Abu Dhabi, concretely, they are also trying to do something. But I think time is running very, very quickly without seeing the exit, and that can put Iranians in a much more aggressive position.
Thank you very much. One last question. Two last questions. Go. The lady over there and the gentleman over there. Can you keep your hands up?
Good morning. My name is Zainab Assouaj. I am the Executive Director of the American Islamic Congress. My question is for Ambassador Leaf about what is your intake about what's happening now in Iraq, and what do you think our government will do in reaction to what's happening right now? Thank you.
Do you want to do the second question?
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't have time for more than that. So. Okay, go ahead.
Ask Karim.
Go ahead.
We're ready to go now. Go ahead. John Anderson, policy analyst, former Foreign Service. Question on longer-term U.S. Mideast relations and potential future conflicts. In the aftermath of Netanyahu's declaration of annexation of Golan and Israeli sovereignty over occupied Golan, there was obviously quite a reverberation in the Arab press and statements to the effect that nothing so surely guarantees the next 100 years war, or maybe even 500 years war, as this Israeli action. That was Arab press, and not just Syrian press, by the way. But in any case, question about the formalization of what, so far as I understand it at least, was a policy declaration by President Trump. The future of U.S. foreign policy and likelihood of, let's say, bipartisan policy consensus in the U.S. on recognizing formally that annexation. And two, what about policy councils in Washington, particularly perhaps also Europe, and the reaction. I may have missed something, but I'd like to know if there has been any statement on the part of the Atlantic Council. And I see that the Washington Institute is rather well represented on panels today. What about these policy circles? Has there been any kind of statement with regard to recognition of and support for the Israeli annexation? Thanks much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to the question about Iraq, so the protesters, there were sort of sit-in protests while I was there 10 days ago that were not really spreading or growing and so forth. What seems, and they were protesting about the sort of the classic trifecta of issues in Iraq, jobs, services, or lack of jobs, lack of services, and then corruption, deepening corruption. What seemed to cause this slow burning fuse to flare up was the abrupt dismissal, effectively, of a senior counterterrorism service commander who was the hero of Mosul, one of the most decorated and bravest commanders in the counter-ISIS fight, and it created an uproar immediately because he was not only a much lauded, beloved hero of this national effort, but he had rigorously set himself to cleaning up a lot of corruption within the CTS. Now, this is the most elite fighting force in the Iraqi security forces, but it had a lot of corruption. So there was deep suspicion immediately that it was two elements pushing him out, or pushing the prime minister to push him out. One, venal general officers or others who found their rice bowls destroyed by his house cleaning efforts, but also it was believed that this was pressure coming from the pro-Iranian militias. So instantly, this agitated and caused protests to really begin in force in Baghdad. And what really set things going further was the immediate heavy-handed response of security forces. So you had casualties from the first day, not just, it wasn't just use of tear gas, it was live ammo from the first day, and it got worse and worse every day. And you had this extraordinary, I think it was on Thursday, this extraordinary attack on Iraqi media centers. Masked men, balaclavas, coming in white pajeros, and no idea whether they were government or whether they were PMF. So there's a lot of suspicion that the PMF, and then there was this use of snipers on the rooftops, so just extraordinary. I mean, I haven't been able to watch a lot of the videos streaming in because it's really graphic and horrifying. And it really has looked like the prime minister is not in control. And it's not clear who these forces are, but there is great suspicion that these are different Hashd forces, the pro-Iranian ones. And you've had, on the one hand here at the close of the week, or at the beginning of this week, you had a couple of real missed opportunities, a national speech by the prime minister, which just fell flat, an effort by the speaker of the parliament to sort of get protests calmed by inviting protesters to send in a delegation. But you've had also at the same time people like the National Security Advisor, Fallah Fayyad, essentially inject further kind of conspiracy thinking, which is already rife, in his public statements, that they're conspirators, that this is an attack on the state and so forth, as opposed to really angry young men and women who were either unemployed or severely underemployed, because those who were doing the protest initially were university graduates and unemployed youth. And so the center of a lot of the turmoil, violence, has been Sadr City. And you had people, militias and others, saying it's Ba'athis. Well, Baathists are not running around in Sadr City. So it's calming down a little bit because you had this really good set of remarks by Barham Saleh, the president, and you've had some sort of emergency offers of public works and so forth. But suffice to say, it's a very volatile situation, and the economic drivers of this are acute, but the overlay, the flashpoint is this unconstrained activity of these militias, who are themselves seen as very corrupt entities feeding at the public trough.
Can I ask one of the two of you to address the second question?
I just have one more thing to say about Iraq, very, very quickly, and then maybe you could talk about Golan if you want. But it's breaking down what Barbara has just said. Most of the people that were protesting, at least as far as you can see by watching the videos, were children when the United States invaded and occupied. This is all they have known during this period. They don't seem to be, at least initially, driven by some of the issues that the older generation were driven by, but driven by much more basic issues about their lives and their future. That's the first thing to recognize. The second thing is, amongst the big problems here is the way that the United States and the West in general thinks about Iraq, which is first and foremost to not think about Iraq. We are all sick of, in general, of Iraq, and people are trying desperately, just like Syria, and unfortunately, trying desperately to think about anything else but this subject. And that's a real mistake, because no matter how we got here, the future of the region looks very, very different if Iraq is basically minimally successful at having an economy, at having a democracy, at having a sectarian, a non-sectarian way of doing politics than otherwise. And that's going to have ramifications throughout the entire region for decades to come. And the second thing is, when we are in Washington engaged in Iraq, we tend actually not to be engaged in Iraq. We tend to be engaged in something else. We don't talk about Iraq and Iraqis and their future. We talk about terrorism, or we talk about Iran, or we talk about the fact that we want to win an argument that we've been having for decades, whether it's the argument that the Iraq war was a mistake in the first place, or an argument that the surge was correct and Obama's decision to withdraw was wrong. Those are the arguments that we're having instead of looking forward about the future of Iraq. The result of all of this is exactly what you said, which is this amazing events have been going on, absolutely horrifying in so many respects, and the United States is basically absent at this point.
Well, linking to this, Iraq and what you just mentioned, both of you, about the demands of the populations, young people who were children when not only the invasion of Iraq 2003, but when even the Arab Spring, so-called Arab Spring, happened. We're seeing it in Egypt as well. They were children. They were not allowed to go out to the streets to participate in demonstrations. Now they are adolescents and they are teenagers. They can go out, and they don't have that memory or that ideological background that their parents and grandparents used to have. And whoever realizes this from the foreign powers, and talking about power competition, and whoever manages to have a vision, a clear strategic vision, that this is a key and central element that will shape the future of the entire MENA region, I think will be better prepared to deal with the challenges that will arise from the region, but also to be prepared and ready to take advantage of the opportunities as well. I'm thinking, of North Africa, countries that Tunisia is transitioning towards fragile, but there is a process, and it's important to have a process and to have clear rules of the game. Or Algeria, that we have not mentioned, but very briefly, but that there are 45 million people asking for what's like 34 weeks in a row to have a new social contract, a new deal, and a new republic. Actually, I think that's basically what they're asking for, a second republic. So whoever has that vision, whoever is able to connect with these forces and to try to help shape those, the future in a positive and constructive way, will have the advantage, in the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the excellent speech. And very good. Thank you very much.
I first came to CSS 17 years ago, one of the guys said, you know, why don't you come up with 6 or 7 projects you might want to do when you will try to raise funds. And China Middle East is one of the things I want to do. And it was just... So the nice thing is, as I started earlier, I got in with a bunch of Chinese people for other people. So I met a lot of them. I've known them for a long time. Well, the same thing happened when I did Arab Media. I did a book on Arab Media in '98 before everybody's doing satellite television and stuff. You know, getting a bunch of the old satellite TV guys wrote. So I have to figure out my next activist.
Please take your seat. Please take your seat. The session is coming. Okay, so welcome to this second panel entitled New Policies for Old Actors, Russia, China, Iran, and Turkey. First of all, on behalf of ISPI, I will say that we are very proud of the cooperation with the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and with the Atlantic Council, that is one of our partners into the MED dialogue in Rome. I'm extremely happy to be here for the second time, for the second year, with all these distinguished guests and these distinguished speakers. As the Italian ambassador Varricchio already said, this meeting is part of a series of meetings, regional, we call regional meeting, around the world. We have already hosted towards MED regional meetings in Doha, in Brussels, in Rome, in Abu Dhabi, in Moscow, tomorrow in New York, at the end of this month in Riyadh. So coming to the panel, why old actor? Because these international players have always been present and active in the region, but new policies, because the international context has changed and these actors have achieved a new and renovated role in the region. So the configuration of the MENA regional order has come into question in recent years. Such a phenomenon has been ongoing for several years and has recently accelerated. This was particularly evident in the period after the uprising that erupted in the Middle East and North Africa region in 2011, when the United States signaled its choice to rebalance resources and commitments abroad and away from the region. This choice shifted the regional balance of power and eventually challenging the United States effectiveness as the external provider of security in the area, leading to a sort of power vacuum that other players have attempted to fill. On the one hand, the United States choice has allowed for the essence of regional actors, Saudi Arabia and the Gulf monarchies, Iran, Turkey, and Israel, have each gained an increasingly and prominent position and role on the Middle Eastern stage and became determinant in the fate of multiple MENA crises, from Libya to Syria. As a result, competition over the MENA region has gradually extended to a much broader array of players than it used to be in the past. The rivalry between Saudi Arabia and Iran, for instance, is having an impact on the many theaters where the two are fighting their proxy wars, especially in Yemen. Similarly, Turkey's ability to close partnerships with different players in the region has expanded Ankara's network of allies in the Arab and non-Arab world, increasing its reach, its influence, and allowing Ankara to further push its ambitions. On the other hand, more importantly, the American choice to scale down engagement in the region has paved the way for Russia resurgence, if it's true or not. We listen the Professor Katz. But potentially it creates new space also for China. In this panel, with the help of this distinguished guest, we will try to underline the growing role of Russia, China, and the other regional actors in the Middle East. So I'm now the pleasure to introduce Gonun Tol, that is director for the Center for Turkish Studies at the Middle East Institute. We know a couple of days ago, on October 6th, a call between Trump and Erdogan resulted in an announced partial withdrawal of US troops from the northern Syria, and Trump endorsement of Turkish plans to send their own military force in the region. But please, you have the floor for a broader view of the regional politics of Turks and for this news.
Thank you so much, Arturo, and thanks to the Atlantic Council and Karim for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. I originally wanted to talk about Turkey's broader regional role, but given the recent developments, I would like to talk about Turkey's Syria policy. But still, I would like to give you an overview of the transformation of Turkey's Syria policy. So the first thing that I want to say is Turkey's reaction, or the policies that Turkey has pursued in Syria, must be seen against the backdrop of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's struggle to consolidate his one-man rule at home. So it's all about domestic politics. So between 2002, that was when the ruling AKP came to power, until 2011, late 2010 and 2011, that was the beginning of the Arab uprisings. Turkey pursued a very pragmatic policy in the region. Engaging with the regimes, employing soft power instruments, pursuing closer ties with the West, and playing a very constructive role. Turkey mediated in regional conflicts. With the Syrian regime particularly, President Erdogan cultivated very close personal ties with President Assad. Turkey invested heavily in Syria, lifted visa requirements. The two countries even held joint cabinet meetings. So the relationship was quite close. So between 2002 up until late 2010 and 2011, President Erdogan's Islamist ideology didn't really play a prominent role in the way Turkey saw itself or the region. So it didn't play a role in Turkey's regional policy and Turkey's Syria policy. And I think the reason for that was because President Erdogan at the time was still quite vulnerable. Although he was taking steps to consolidate his power at home, he was still vulnerable. He still had the secularist opponents, particularly the military and the judiciary, which were seen as the bastion of secularism. They still called the shots. So unable to consolidate his power at home, he had to be cautious. So he couldn't really afford to pursue an Islamist policy. Instead, throughout those years, Turkey is stuck with the traditional Turkish foreign policy, Western-oriented foreign policy. But of course, starting from 2011, that changed. The Arab uprising started, and by the time particularly the conflict in Syria started in 2011, Erdogan had already consolidated his power. He had already neutralized and silenced his secularist opponents. Media, the judiciary, and the military had come under his control. So he had a lot of room to maneuver. And the Arab uprisings and again, particularly the conflict in Syria, played a catalyst role in his project of Islamization at home. So the regional, the uprisings provided an opening for Erdogan. So the relationship actually between Turkey's Islamization at home and Turkey's the regional policies and the role that it played in the Arab uprisings, the relationship was one affected the other and transformed the other. So in a way, Erdogan's Islamization Islamized the conflict in Syria, but the developments in Syria also transformed Erdogan's struggle and Islamization. I hope that was clear enough. So, okay, sure. Sure. So at home, starting from 2011, he took steps to Islamize the country's education sector, for instance. And he made sure the institutions, for example, the Directorate for Religious Affairs, it became a huge bureaucracy. It had a large budget and took on different social roles. So he took steps to raise pious generations, for instance. So you could clearly see, and the narrative also changed domestically. Starting from 2011, he paid more attention to Turkey's Islamic character when he's talking to foreign audiences. And 2012 was a turning point in that regard. He delivered a talk at the ruling party's Congress where he talked about Turkey's historic role as the leader of the Muslim world. So while he was pursuing those Islamization policies at home, he did the same in his regional policy in Syria too. From the get-go, it took a few months, but early on, even in April 2011, and that was, I guess, a month after the uprising in Syria started, Turkey hosted a meeting of Syrian opposition in Istanbul. So Turkey all of a sudden became, so Syria became, from being Turkey's foreign policy success story, all of a sudden President Assad became an enemy number one. So Turkey became the organizational hub for the Syrian opposition, and later on it became a jihadi highway. Turkey started sending weapons and financial aid to the opposition groups, and particularly the Muslim Brotherhood network in Turkey that had been in Turkey after the 1980s, and that was when Father Assad, after the Hama massacre, the Muslim Brotherhood members fled Syria and settled in Turkey. So that there's a large network of Muslim Brotherhood members in Turkey. So that group, behind the scenes, they played a very prominent role in Turkey's efforts to topple the regime in Syria. So when the conflict in Syria started, Turkey's number one priority was toppling the regime. And Turkey had an open border policy, so there were tens of thousands of people fleeing the conflict in Syria, came to Turkey, started living in Turkey. So from 2011 to 2014 or 2015, Turkey heavily supported the Islamist groups. And Turkey even turned a blind eye to Islamic State activities within its borders. So Turkey played a key role in the Islamization and jihadization of the conflict in Syria. And I think that was a reflection of what Erdogan was doing at home. And it made perfect sense because in his mind, finally, through the Arab uprisings, his Islamist ideals was coming to fruition. And he saw the Arab uprisings as an opportunity for Turkey to become the leader of the Muslim world. But his Islamization project hit a roadblock in 2015. And that was when he turned to nationalism. So in 2015, in June 2015 elections, For the first time in many years, the ruling AKP lost its parliamentary majority. And that was thanks to the pro-Kurdish party, the rise of the pro-Kurdish party, which captured a historic 13% in national elections. And that denied the ruling party a parliamentary majority. And that was when President Erdogan switched to nationalism. He decided to ally with the Turkish nationalists. And the ceasefire that was in place for years broke down, and Turkey decided to pursue a very heavy-handed military approach to the country's Kurdish problem. And that shift in domestic calculations had a direct impact on the way Erdogan saw the conflict in Syria. So from then on, and I also must mention that starting from 2014, you see the rise of the Kurds in Syria as well. The United States started working very closely with the Syrian Kurdish militia, which is the YPG, in the fight against the Islamic State. So the military aid provided by Americans to the Syrian Kurds boosted the Kurds' image, a diplomatic, political image. So that also piqued Turkey's threat perceptions. So given that change in the domestic scene and Erdogan's domestic calculations, Erdogan's priorities in Syria shifted. So starting from 2015, toppling the regime came after, containing Kurdish nationalism became Erdogan's #1 priority. And toppling the regime came after that. So starting from 2015, you see, for instance, Turkey working very closely with the Assad regime's allies. Despite a brief period of tension between Turkey and Russia, Turkey started working with Iran and Russia in an effort to contain Kurdish nationalism. In 2016, for instance, Turkey launched its first military incursion into Syria to prevent an autonomous Kurdish region in northern Syria. And that happened after a green light from Russia. And again, in 2018, Turkey launched its second military incursion into another Kurdish enclave called Afrin. And again, that happened after another green light from Russia. So also Turkey agreed to establish these de-escalation zones, for instance. And those de-escalation zones ended up empowering the regime. So in a way, Turkey, through its actions in Syria and cooperation with the Assad regime, Iran, and Russia, Turkey empowered the regime. And Turkey played a key role in the fall of Aleppo, for instance, because Turkey wanted to enlist the Syrian opposition fighting in Aleppo against the regime in its fight against the Kurds. So that weakened the rebellion in Aleppo, and Aleppo eventually fell in late 2016. So that tells you the transformation and the shift in Turkey's priorities in Syria. Now, the final shift came recently. In 2019, Turkey held local elections. President Erdogan and his party lost almost all major cities in Turkey, including Istanbul, which is the financial capital of the country, and capital Ankara. And that's a huge blow to his 17-year rule. Particularly, those two cities are very important. And the cities that he's lost, they make up about 70% of the country's GDP. So this is one of the biggest electoral blows to Erdogan since he came to power. And the key reasons for his loss in the elections is the economic downturn and also the presence of 3.6 million Syrian refugees. So his priorities shifted again. There's a growing domestic nationalist backlash against the Syrian refugees. So now his #1 priority is creating a safe zone along Turkey's southern border inside Syria to send back millions of Syrian refugees. He laid out that plan at the United Nations General Assembly meetings in New York in September. So he talked about a 30-kilometer deep 480 kilometer wide safe zone that is now controlled by the US's Kurdish allies. And he wants to make sure he's going to build around 200,000 homes, schools, hospitals, football fields. That's his plan. And this is, in his mind, this is a perfect solution to all his problems, because he's not only going to get rid of millions of Syrian refugees, but that would also generate revenue for the country's troubled economy. It will cost $27 billion. And he's seeking for European international funding for that. So that's his plan now. And his number two priority is still containing Kurdish nationalism. So by creating that zone, which is going to be off limits to the Syrian Kurdish militia, he's going to create a buffer zone and further prevent Kurdish efforts to establish an autonomous region. And toppling the regime seems to have been pushed off the list altogether. In that meeting between between Iran, Russia, and Turkey recently, which was held in Ankara, President Rouhani was telling the world that international efforts to topple the Assad regime had failed. And President Erdogan just sat back and he ate the treats. So I think that picture was a very clear reminder of transformation of Turkey's priorities in Syria. So now the final question, the final thing that I want to mention is that Syria, the conflict in Syria played the most important role in the country's domestic and foreign policy since the inception of the republic. Turkey changed and transformed the conflict in Syria, but it was also transformed by the conflict in Syria. And I think moving forward, if you want to understand what his next step is going to be, you have to look at his domestic power struggle. And he is at his most vulnerable electorally. That will mean that he'll do anything, no matter how risky. We're reading the news that Turkish troops are on the border. The Turkish officials are talking about an imminent solo military incursion. And analysts, Americans, partners, allies are all warning about the risks. It is a very risky operation. Yes, President Trump might have given the green light, but still, you have a Congress that is quite pissed and ready to punish Erdogan for several other reasons. And the CAATSA sanctions have been on the table, but President Trump has been working very hard to convince the congressional leaders to hold off on CAATSA sanctions, saying that Turkey is an important NATO ally. But if Turkey does that, if Turkey intervenes militarily, it's really going to be very difficult for President Trump to continue to stand by Erdogan. So we might see a round of new sanctions. And also, it's risky for, obviously, it will hurt American strategy in Syria. Turkey is not militarily capable of waging an effective fight against ISIS. It cannot hold thousands of, I believe around 60,000 detainees that are being held at ISIS camps that are now controlled by the YPG. So it's a very risky move. But I think because of the tough situation that President Erdogan has found himself domestically, he's willing to take that risk. And I think in the coming days, we'll see how it plays out. I just saw today that President Trump tweeted again about Turkey, praising Turkey and Turkish efforts. We don't know. Turkey has put all its eggs in Trump's basket. I think it's a risky move. But again, looking at the domestic situation, I think he can take the risk because he desperately needs to send back those refugees. And I'll stop there.
So thank you, thank you very much, Ghanul. Very interesting your overview of the Turkey foreign policy, but also for your analysis of the relation between domestic politics and the Syrian crisis. The second speaker is Anise Basiri Taberizzi. Anise is a research fellow at the Royal United Services Institute in London and a visiting fellow in war studies at King's College in London again. So Iran was also at the center of the discussion of the first panel, particularly as subject of the US politics, but you are an expert on Iran also as active player in the region, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Arturo, and thank you both to ISPI and the Atlantic Council for organizing this conference and also for having me here. I wanted to dispute the title of the panel in the case of Iran. I would say that in the case of Iran, we are talking about an old country with an old policy. I don't think that we can really talk about a change in Iranian foreign policy. And there are a number of reasons. For sake of time, I'm not going to go over all of them, but I think it's important to understand, and I think it came up also briefly in the previous panel, that Iran's foreign policy is characterized by a specific decision-making structure, but also by very specific principles that characterize its definition since basically the revolution, but even more since 1989, when we had the empowerment of the current Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, and I would argue that since then we have seen really continuity in the Iranian foreign policy, but also more specifically on the Iranian foreign policy in the Middle East. I think the main principles that define Iran's foreign policy are the non-alignment and the standing up to hegemonic powers, namely the United States and Israel, the desire to build peaceful relationship with non-belligerent countries, the desire to defend the rights of the Muslims, and the intention to defend independence and territorial integrity, particularly with neighboring countries, but overall this is one of the principles. And this is not me saying that. You can go into the constitutions and read this principle very clearly outlined by Iran, and they have been reinforced and restated by the Supreme Leader in particular, as recently as 2004, but also more recently with specific dossiers. So when you look at the overall framing, this is where Iran stands, but then obviously with specific dossier, they will pick and choose which of the principle applies in that case and define their policy basically accordingly. And obviously Iran uses different tools to apply this principle in practice. The particular tools that we know are obviously the non-conventional ones, given the weak conventional tools. So the support of the proxies is one of them, and again it came up very clearly before, together with obviously the use of non-conventional weapons and capability more in general. But again, like continuity, I think defines the Iranian foreign policy in the region, and I think this comes regardless of whoever is in power with regard to the presidency and regardless of the resources available. So I think going back to what was mentioned in the previous panel with regard to the impact of maximum pressure and what maximum pressure was intended to design, allegedly, because obviously, you know, there is lack of clarity about the US policy, intention, and strategy on Iran, but one of the arguments was that with the imposition of sanction and maximum pressure, Iran's behavior in the region would be contained and aggressiveness of Iran in the region would diminish. Well, we clearly see the opposite. And one of the reasons is obviously that Iran continued its policy with regard to its support of the allies and proxies, but also its continuation of the interest. So in Syria, we have seen continuation. In Iraq, so the same. In Yemen, we have not seen any change since 2018 in particular. If anything, we have seen a more proneness by Iran to showcase, as was mentioned before, the desire to test the red lines of the United States and determination to clarify their interest in the region. And I think this is also something that came up very clearly before. For instance, in 2012, you mentioned Turkey policy in Syria. So the same we can apply to Iran. In 2012, when Iran started pouring resources in Syria, we are talking about deployment of IRGC, but also support to Hezbollah's financial and also military support to the Syrian regime. We are talking about a time in which Iran was under heavy sanctions, not just unilateral sanctions by the United States, but also EU unilateral sanction, UN Security Council Resolution 1929, and a bunch of other countries, Australia, Canada, and others adopting also very strong sanctions against Iran. Despite that, Iran not only continued its policy in Syria, not only continued its support for Assad, but also poured more resources than before into Syria. So it's not quite clear what was the assumption from the US policy here that maximum pressure would change that behavior, given that the situation did not seem to be the case even in the recent past. We are not talking about decades, we are talking about a few years ago. So the availability of resources does not seem to affect the Iranian policy in the region, but also the governments, the presidencies in power do not seem to change the Iranian policy in the region. You can argue that obviously a presidency of Rouhani can be considered as different compared to a presidency of Ahmadinejad, but that is mainly in terms of tone and tactics. When we are talking about principle and red lines, they are exactly the same. And we can say the same even on the nuclear dossier. I know that this is not the topic here, but I'm happy to explain that as one of the examples. But I think it applies with every single dossiers. We can see, some of the administration pushing for more and better relationship with the West, and some administration pushing for better or improved relationship with the East. So we have the neither East nor West policy that has been, again, one of the framework of Iran's foreign policy since the establishment of the Islamic Republic, continued, and with the different presidencies basically a stress into the East or West policy, but again the red lines and the principle remaining exactly the same. And I think this really very much explains also Iran policy vis-a-vis the countries that are mentioned in this specific panel, Russia, China, and Turkey. Again, I'm not going to go into the details of every single relationship because we will be here forever, but I'm happy to pick them up during the Q&A. But I think, if you take the principles that are enshrined in the Iranian constitution, the non-alignment against hegemonic powers, I think, very much defines Iran's relationship with Russia. I think this is one of the key elements with which Iran establishes its marriage of convenience, however you want to talk about it, definitely not a strategic partnership with Russia. And I think every time you ask the Iranian officials, or even in some cases the Russian officials, the line is that they have that kind of principle in common, which is opposing the hegemonic powers, namely the United States. And that has been really characterizing the collaboration and cooperation on different dossiers to different extents. Obviously, Syria is one of the most complicated ones, and I'm sure, again, we'll go into the details of the cooperation / competition between Iran and Russia in Syria, especially now that we are talking about reconstruction and post-settlement, whatever that will look like. But I think in general, the non-hegemonic power standing up to the non-hegemonic to the hegemonic powers is the defining element that puts Russia and Iran into some sort of partnership, not a strategic one. And with Turkey, you said it very clearly, the 2015-2016 shift. Obviously, Iran and Turkey were on opposite sides in Syria, and yet you were talking about national, basically the interest of opposing the nationalism of the Kurds. For Iran is basically the fight against the fragmentation of Syria. The territorial integrity is one of the principles that the Iranians have maintained since 2011 and continues to be one of the principles that they define as characterizing their involvement in Syria and their interests. And I think the reason why Turkey and Iran got closer since 2016 to the point of the Astana process and to broader cooperation on the file, I think is the Kurdish issue. seen from different lenses, but with the same kind of ultimate goal from both angles. With China, I mean, I'm waiting anxiously to hear from John what he has to say about that.
I'm glad I'm not representing China.
But I think, from the perspective of Iran, China is really perceived as the non-belligerent actor here, with which peaceful relationship can be built, obviously in a complicated manner. And obviously, China's role has changed over the past few years, so we'll hear about that, I'm sure. So from the economic investment only, we know that now it's not only that. But regardless, I think for now, we haven't seen really an interference policy. I mean, we know China's principle is of non-interference in the affairs of states, and I think that is what Iran really values, and that is what Iran perceives as one of the reasons why some sort of partnership, which is closer probably to a strategic one to all other countries, can be built up with China compared to the other countries. But again, I'm happy to expand on all these issues later on. I will stop here for the sake of time.
Okay, thank you, Anise. Thank you for your speech, but also to enlarge the discussion to other two players we analyze in this panel. You are a good moderator, better than me probably. And so the third speaker is the Professor Mark Katz. Is a non-resident senior fellow with the Atlantic Council Middle East programs. Professor Katz is also a professor of government and politics at the George Mason University and one of the main experts on Russia. So please.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank both the Atlantic Council and ISPI for the opportunity to participate in this program and the upcoming one in Rome as well. Especially looking forward to that. Thank you very much. Just wanted to start by saying, Moscow has pursued broadly similar aims toward the Middle East, both under the Soviets during the Cold War and under Putin now. And one of these has been to undermine the U.S. role in the region in order to promote Moscow's own. A second is to prevent Islamist forces in the Middle East growing strong enough to support the rise of Muslim opposition in the former Soviet Union or countries elsewhere closely aligned with Moscow, including Syria. And third, to pursue Moscow's economic interests in the region, despite the fact that Moscow often competes with the region in the petroleum sphere in particular. But Putin, though, has pursued these goals in a very different way than the Soviets did. While the Soviets usually pursued their Middle East aims in opposition to not just the U.S., but to U.S. allies there, Putin has pursued these goals largely in cooperation with U.S. allies. Also in cooperation with U.S. adversaries, but basically in cooperation with everyone except for the U.S. Now, the Soviets, their strategy was to align themselves with the so-called forces of change in the Middle East, a policy that took advantage of anti-Western trends in the region. But of course, this result, and there was a lot of success. A lot of change that occurred in the 50s and 60s toward Arab nationalism was in fact in an anti-American, pro-Soviet direction. But what this resulted in was that this pushed other forces, conservative forces, toward the United States. In other words, that there was a reaction to this. Also, at a certain point, the forces of change became Islamist forces in the 1970s with Iran in particular that were as anti-Soviet as they were anti-Western, and this wasn't so good. And of course, we saw what happened in Afghanistan. Putin, by contrast, poses as the supporter of all status quo forces in the Middle East. He has established good relations with all Middle Eastern governments, as well as the main national opposition movements, in other words, like Hezbollah, Hamas in particular. In other words, not internationalist jihadist movements, but ones that are concerned with their own local area. While some Middle Eastern governments had supported anti-Moscow rebels in Afghanistan in the 80s and Chechnya in the 1990s and early 2000s, at present, no Middle East government supports such movements. In fact, Putin has managed to get them to to be supporters of people like Ramzan Kadyrov, who has very good relations with American allies in the regions. Putin poses as the defender of Middle Eastern governments, despite their differences with each other. That that they have two common goals. One is that they're all against Islamic radicals and against U.S. Disruptive policies, supporting democratic revolution or intervention leading to chaos. And Moscow portrays the U.S. as actually being allied with Islamist forces. I remember being in Moscow for the 2018 Valdai conference, the little one with Lavrov, not the big one with Putin. And with the Iranian foreign minister present, Sergei Lavrov basically said that Iran is a partner in the war on terror in Syria, whereas the United States supports the jihadists, basically. It's really amazing. And so what we're seeing, though, is that Putin, in many respects, supports opposing sides simultaneously in the Middle East. With regard to good relations with Iran, but also good relations with Saudi Arabia, also with Israel, good relations with Turkey, good relations with the Syrian Kurds, and we can go on and on. It's this balancing act. They don't choose sides; they support everyone. Now, doing this can be a difficult balancing game. Obviously, people don't like it when you're supporting their adversaries, but so far it's worked. Nobody likes Moscow supporting its adversary, but all have an incentive to court Moscow so that it will not support their adversaries even more. And in fact, I think U.S. allies, fearing a declining U.S. interest in the region, part of the reason why they court Moscow is to incite the U.S. to compete with Moscow. In other words, that if the fear is that the U.S. is losing interest in the region, well, the region knows that the U.S. is interested in Russia, is concerned about Russia, therefore flirting with Russia helps. If that helps keep the U.S. interested in their region, then that's a good reason to do so. And of course, the U.S. And our adversaries, such as Iran and Syria, they might not like the fact that Moscow is working with Israel, with Saudi Arabia, etc. But they don't have much choice. In other words, where are they going to go? So Moscow is not so much worried about being liked. It's worried about it has leverage. Now, what's interesting is that up until 2016 or so, essentially, Moscow, competed with Middle East oil producers in the oil market. In other words, that they wouldn't abide by OPEC production limits, etc. But what we've seen is, since 2016 in particular, we've seen Saudi Arabia and Russia working together in the OPEC Plus format in terms of trying to limit production to affect oil prices, and that this is really something that's unprecedented. And there are some observers who feel that now Saudi-Russian cooperation is actually far more important than OPEC decisions. That Saudi Arabia, Russia make the decisions, and that OPEC basically ratifies them. So this is just an amazing accomplishment that Putin has achieved. Now, Moscow boasts that unlike the U.S., it has the ability to talk to all sides in the Middle East's various conflicts. The U.S. can't or won't talk with Iran, with Assad, with Hezbollah, but that Russia can, and therefore Russia is in the best position to serve as a mediator in the Middle East's many conflicts. Now, so far, we've seen an awful lot of diplomatic activity. Moscow hasn't exactly resolved any of these conflicts. There's been no equivalent of a Camp David Accord or anything like this. If Moscow ever managed to achieve something like this, it would be a real feather in its camp. But what we've seen is that there has been so much activity. In other words, that people in the region take it very, very seriously, and that the U.S. in a certain sense has been marginalized in the diplomacy of conflict resolution, even if that diplomacy hasn't been very successful so far. So this is also a tremendous success. Now, there's been all these different things that he's managed to do, and I think to me what's especially amazing is when you think about all the successes that Putin has had in the Middle East. Russia really is a country with an awful lot of problems. Its own economy is having tremendous difficulties, not just because of the sanctions, but also just because Putin's own plan of using petroleum wealth to develop the non-petroleum sectors of the economy just hasn't gone very far. In other words, that they haven't even done what China has done in terms of authoritarian modernization, that Russia remains a petrostate, a kleptocratic state, that they have not achieved the level of what the Chinese have done. Obviously, there's lots of complications for Russia elsewhere, but in the Middle East, they're doing really, really well. But it does seem to me that Putin's ability to continue to be successful in the Middle East does face certain limits. Now, while the U.S. allies may have an incentive to court Moscow because either they fear the U.S. is leaving or they want to encourage the U.S. to stay, certainly Moscow's support for their adversaries in the regions does mean that they will have a strong incentive to cling to the U.S., despite their fears that we're leaving. In other words, that they cannot trust Moscow all that far, that they cannot rely on Moscow to side with them against their adversaries. Moscow's just plain has demonstrated that it's not going to do that. Despite Russian and Saudi cooperation in the oil sphere, obviously the rise in U.S. Shale production combined with possible decreasing worldwide demand for petroleum due to the rise of alternatives, etc., may limit the value of this. And I think the one thing that the Saudis, the Russians, other producers, what they would like is higher prices. Certainly, U.S. shale has meant that there seems to be a ceiling on how far this can go, and this has, for an economy like Saudi Arabia or Russia, which is so highly dependent on oil revenues, this is a real limitation. In other words, that their cooperation in this sphere isn't out of being in a position of dominance. It's sort of that they're both in a weakened condition. And just as what we saw was that at the end of the Cold War, Moscow's influence in the Middle East retreated. That influence didn't retreat because of any Soviet failure in the Middle East. It retreated because of Moscow's problems elsewhere. Obviously, the collapse of communism, changes in the Soviet Union itself. But it strikes me that obviously we won't see anything, quite like that before. But that there are the possibilities of certain, similar developments. In other words, that we are facing at a certain point a post-Putin transition. We don't know if it's going to be 2024 or 2034, or God help us, 2044 or something like this. But the thing is that the longer it takes, the more difficult it may end up being. That Russia seems to have a long history, going back to the Soviets and to the Tsars, of very strong rulers who stay in power for decades and decades, and who are followed by periods of weakness because no one can do what that person did, but also because that person, like Putin, is not exactly grooming a successor. He's not worried about the, even the Chinese, at least before Xi Jinping, there was this periodic transition of power from one older generation to a slightly less older generation. We have not seen this under Putin.
Black hair.
The gray hair to the black hair. Yes, we haven't seen this in Russia at all. Eventually, this is going to catch up with this. Also, what we've seen is that in Russian history, that retreats from the Middle East have occurred when problems develop in Europe, in particular. Europe always has a higher priority, and who knows that's going to happen again. And finally, I think that we have to talk about the China factor as well. I think that the way I like to think of it is that in Europe, Russia is a revisionist power. In the Middle East, it's a status quo power. And in Asia, it's not a power. It is China is the great power. And at a time when Russia is becoming increasingly economically dependent on China, and China will eventually assert itself in the Middle East, it strikes me that, is China going to limit Russia's behavior? And we're already seeing that in Europe, in Ukraine, China is doing things, they're not exactly in Russia's interest in terms of supporting the Ukrainian government, or in other words, sort of out-competing Russia in what Russia sees as its own sphere. And it strikes me that there may be some echo of this. And the thing is that this can happen whether or not U.S. influence in the Middle East declines or not. In fact, it might happen if U.S. is at least seen to have less interest in the Middle East, that's when Russia, and in other words, China's may become more involved, and is Russia really prepared to work against China there? It's a question we don't know about, but that these are real questions. So it seems to me that just as we've seen Putin be very successful at reasserting the Russian influence in the region, that they have no real firm allies. The trouble with this balancing among adversaries indefinitely is that they resent it. They look for other supporters, and also if conflict really explodes, what is Russia going to do? We've seen that they've been very successful so far in Syria with a very little commitment compared to, say, the U.S. in Iraq or the U.S. in Afghanistan. But the reason they've managed to be so successful is because the Iranians are doing the heavy lifting there, the Iranians and their allies. What happens, if in fact, Iran is in conflict with Saudi Arabia or with the Israelis? You referred to the upcoming competition with Russia and Iran over the reconstruction in Syria, for example. Now, one of the things that strikes me is that Russia really, it's not that Russia wants Iran out of Syria, but they want the upper hand, it seems to me, and that sort of allowing the Israelis to do what they do serves that purpose, that Russia doesn't have to actually get involved. So it strikes me that the news isn't all good. Now, there's a couple of points I also wanted to just make. I don't know about you, but I was kind of sad that Assistant Secretary Schenker didn't have time to answer questions. He talked about Russia and China, and that indicated that they don't support human rights in the Middle East. And I could hear my friend Barbara Slavin saying that the U.S. hasn't always quite done that either as well. Now, it's true that in fact the Middle East governments in fact are happy that Russia doesn't support human rights, that this is, and that China doesn't either. But here I think is one instance in which not so much human rights, but that the Soviets may actually have had an advantage over Putin. At least the Soviets were able to align themselves with the forces of change for a period of time in the Middle East, whereas now Putin has no such ability. Putin is so linked in with the status quo that if it changes, it's not clear to me that Russia is going to benefit. I'm not sure that the United States will either, but that to me this is something maybe Europe. There you go. That this is something that the Soviets were more attuned to than Putin is. So that's something I think that needs to be kept in mind. Well, why don't I stop there? Thank you.
Thank you very much also to underline the long history of Russia-Soviet involvement in the Middle East, and so not really a new policy from that point of view. So last but not least, China and John Halterman, that is Senior Vice President and Director of the Middle East Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies here in Washington. And prior to joining the center, he served as a member of the policy planning staff at the U.S. Department of State and as a special assistant to the Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. He recently worked on China's increasing engagement with countries in the MENA region for many reasons, investments, oil imports, etc. But as David Schenker told us at the beginning of the event, China is increasingly probably also its political role in the region. So you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arturo, and thank you to you and to ISPI and to Karim and the Atlantic Council for having me. Look, to start, China is not in the position Mark was describing Russia, and Anissa was describing Iran, and it's just the old policy manifesting itself. I want to make 4 points, the first of which is that China's in a whole new world when it comes to the Middle East. There have been an explosion of ties, really starting in about 2000. In 1999, China imported less oil from the Middle East than Canada did. Canada had 2.5% the population of China, right? China was not focused on Middle Eastern oil in 2000. China is focused on Middle Eastern oil now. The US spent most of the 2000s preoccupied with the global war on terror and a war in Iraq and Afghanistan. And China was busy deepening all kinds of ties throughout the Middle East. The Chinese economy quintupled in size in the 2000s. Its oil imports increased 10 times. And it's worth pointing out that in 2000, China had $3 billion in bilateral trade with Saudi Arabia. And in 2010, China had $41.6 billion in bilateral trade with Saudi Arabia. So we were paying attention to something else, and China was paying an awful lot of attention to the Middle East. It was building out a Middle East strategy as we were engaged in the Middle East, but not paying attention to China in the Middle East. And as somebody who was trying to research China in the Middle East in the 2000s, when you tried to talk to Middle East people about China's growing role, they said, don't you understand we're fighting wars in the Middle East? We don't have time to think about China. China had an awful lot of time to think about the Middle East and built its ties. So the first piece is China's role is new and changing. Second point, China has really limited goals in terms of its engagement in the Middle East. It is reluctant and defensive. China has gotten about half of its oil from the Middle East for almost 2 decades, and they have lost sleep over it for almost 2 decades. They have tried to find ways to reduce their dependence on Middle Eastern oil because they think depending on the Middle East for oil makes them vulnerable both to the general instability in the Middle East and also the US cutting off their access to Middle Eastern oil. But they can't figure out a way to reduce their dependence on Middle Eastern oil. So their whole engagement in the region is, I think, a little bit defensive. They are not trying to supplant the United States in the region. This is not the Russian experience. They don't see it as a zero-sum game. They're trying to supplement the United States in the region. Win-win solutions they talk about. They have really very little appetite for military ties. They built the base in Djibouti partly to safeguard the Red Sea, but they're not interested in having partner relationships the way we have partner relationships throughout the region. When they had to evacuate about 30,000 Chinese citizens from Libya in 2011, it was a total game changer for them. They had no idea how to do this sort of thing. They evacuated about 5,000 from Yemen. This blew their minds. They're content to have the U.S. do security in the Middle East. I still remember this conversation I had in the Chinese embassy in Algiers, probably a little more than 10 years ago now. And the funny thing is, as you meet Chinese diplomats, I don't know how many of you had this experience, but sort of with each decade of youth, it's like you're meeting people from a different country. So like the 50-year-old guy, like struck me as a Chinese diplomat with like a $3 polyester sweater and bad English, and right? And you sort of got down, and then there's a 20-something guy with a bright white shirt and a yellow tie, and he looked at me. Sarcastic diplomats, not so common. And he looks at me and says, how about you do security, we do business? right? Which I think in many ways is the way China would love to see things evolve in the Middle East. The US can do all the expensive stuff, the stuff that annoys people, and China can do business. It works really well. The other thing China offers, right, is they support governments. And governments really like that. The perception is during the Arab Spring, the US started wavering, and I don't know anybody who's been to the Middle East, especially to the Gulf, and hasn't heard the idiomatic phrase, the United States threw Mubarak under the bus, right? That's the universal view, and China stood by governments in the region. China promises the Chinese model of economic development, which is we will do economic growth without social and political change. And governments love the idea of economic growth without social and political change because political change makes them grumpy. So especially after 2011, Middle Eastern governments still haven't figured out what caused the Arab Spring, so they don't know how to prevent another Arab Spring. And the idea that China is reassuring and said, we'll stand by you and we'll do it without creating an Arab Spring and we're on your side is really attractive to governments. So second point is limited goals. The third point is they have a limited number of countries they actually care about. And I would argue there are just 5. Their favorite, and I think in many ways the most strategically rich, is their relationship with Iran. And let me give you a few points about the Iran relationship for China. First is it's a good hedge against the United States. The US isn't going to be able to get Iran to stop exporting oil to China very well. So if you're interested in how do you ensure that your economy still can get oil, Iran is a good call. It's great greenfield investment, right? There are a lot of people who haven't been willing to invest in China. Chinese business is business, great opportunities to invest. It's lovely for the Chinese to come in because Iran does 30% of its international trade with China. China does less than 1% of its international trade with Iran. China is Iran's #1 oil export market. Iran is not China's #1 source for oil. So there's a real disparity between the sides, and this lets the Chinese drive a hard bargain. That's really cool if you're all about business. It also gets the Gulf countries to give better terms to the Chinese because they don't want China to be in the Iranian camp. So they get not only benefits from squeezing the Iranians, but they get the Saudis and the Emiratis and others to give them better deals so they don't totally turn into the Iranian camp. It distracts the US from the Western Pacific because we only have 3 aircraft carriers on station at a given time. If we have 2 in the Gulf, that means there's only 1 in the Western Pacific. That's awesome. It helps create a wedge between the US and its allies. That's really cool. It helps undermine the rules-based international order the US has been trying to build for 70 years. That's really cool. So from a strategic and economic perspective, the Chinese love having Iran in play. Not because they want to be Iran's ally, but because Iran gives them all kinds of dials to play with to advance their strategic interests. Number 2 is Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is their #1 source for oil. Saudi Arabia has an awful lot of money. There are a small number of decision makers. And so the Chinese love making deals with the Saudis. They love doing investment with the Saudis. It makes an awful lot of economic sense for them. And if you're a country whose economy relies on energy, that's a relationship that makes good sense. The Saudis see China as an important hedge against US abandonment. And that gets the Chinese better deals because the Saudis aren't sure the US is going to be there for them. China is driving global oil demand growth, not the United States. They're also interested in the UAE, partly as a source of energy, partly because there's a bunch of money. The UAE has about 1/4 of the GDP of Saudi Arabia, so it's not a huge money thing, but Dubai has become a huge entrepot for global trade, not only to the Middle East from China, but also into Africa. There are about 200,000 Chinese in Dubai. That's a big number. there are now about twice as many Chinese in Dubai as Iranians in Dubai, which, if you've been following Dubai, is a shocker. I don't know how many of you have been to Dubai. You've been to Dragon Mart. It's a mile-plus long mall, which is basically a front office for trading companies in China. And if you're from Africa, if you're even from Europe, it's a way to meet Chinese producers without going all the way. Work is done in English, and Dubai has just become this incredible commercial hub for China. Fourth is Egypt. Partly China is really concerned with Red Sea and Suez Canal security to get to their European markets. Partly they say Egypt is the big daddy. It's 100 million Arabs. It matters. And they have an open door with President Sisi, who's very interested in hedging against U.S. abandonment and trying to make Egypt non-aligned again. And then Israel, both as a place for interesting investments, for technology, and other kinds of things. The Chinese have been very interested in engaging with Israel, and the Israelis have gotten very concerned about how they play the Chinese relationship without antagonizing the United States. So I would say China really has 5 countries they care about in any significant way, as opposed to a U.S. strategy, which I think is hard. You'd be hard pressed to say exactly what countries the U.S. cares about and how they fit into a strategy. The fourth thing I want to say is I think what China has been doing is a really different model from the U.S. understanding of how to engage in the world. And if you like to think about sort of imperialism 1.0 was imperialism with gunboats and all that stuff and the Raj and everything. Imperialism 2.0 was the U.S.-led rules-based international order, where we tried to push countries toward having open systems and open trade and sort of capitalism and push toward liberalism and all those kinds of things. We basically wanted countries to follow the path that we followed. I would argue that China sees an opportunity for imperialism 3.0, which might be mercantilism 2.0, which is we'll just trade. We're not going to talk about the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. Sometimes I've been told in North Africa the Chinese are willing to pay the bribes at the front of the deal and not the end of the deal, right? They are working with governments. It's unfettered development. And David Schenker, who I've known for a very long time, talked about we do it better. But I would argue if you're an Egyptian and you say the U.S. has been doing economic development in Egypt for 60 years. The U.S. has had democracy and governance programs in Egypt for decades and decades and decades. And show me how it's better. I look at China and I see a society that's developed. I look at the United States, and the United States itself is developed, but U.S. development efforts haven't created the future we want. Why don't we try something else? Our way of doing it is expensive and it's slow. And I think that the Chinese have laid out an argument that the U.S. is doing things you don't really need to do. The U.S. is doing things which fulfill U.S. domestic needs. They make lawyers and accountants happy, but they don't actually lead to development in the rest of the world. And you can just have trade relations. And maybe that's okay. And I think what it prompts us to think about is not how do we convince everybody the Chinese are wrong, that the Chinese model won't work. I think what we have to persuade people again is that there are aspects of the US model which really do work and are affordable for us and affordable for you, and the partnership and the rules and the predictable expectations creates a much better world than the world we're going to. I grew up in Poughkeepsie, New York, which was the home of IBM. Will Wexler, also from Poughkeepsie. So you understand, I just got here on a quota, right? It's the Poughkeepsie quota. IBM in the 1980s decided to get into the personal computer business. And they decided the most expensive part of personal computers is building personal computers. And they let this stupid company called Microsoft sell the operating system. The operating system, you had to buy, every time you bought a PC, even if you bought a PC clone, you had to buy the operating system. And the operating system, the disk cost pennies to manufacture. And it sold for maybe $100. And IBM said, we're selling a $2,000 computer, isn't that better? But it turned out IBM got out of the personal computer business because you can't make money in the personal computer business because it's all a commodity business where they're just small fractions. Where Microsoft and then companies like Google and companies like eBay understood is the value isn't in the hardware. The value is managing to persuade people to follow the software. And I think we have done too much to try to invest in expensive hardware-like solutions and not enough thinking about the perspective of countries and people to get them to operate in the ways that we think will not only make their lives better, but make our lives better, advance their security and our security. And it really requires us to, the Chinese challenge requires us to rethink what we have to offer that is genuinely attractive and how to make it acceptable. I'm not sure we've done a good enough job of that because we do what we know how to do. One of my favorite expressions, I think it may have been a country song, but I'm not sure, is there's a fine line between a groove and a rut. We got to get out of the rut, and we got to think about how the world, not how it worked in the 20th century, but how it's going to work in the 21st. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we need another session to solve your question. But now we are open to a question and answer session very briefly, and so please feel free to intervene. We collect 3-4 questions and.
Thank you. Hatem Mbar from Embassy of Iraq. My question is to Mr. Alterman. Mr. Alterman, how do you see the recent visit of the Prime Minister, Dr. Adi Abdel Mahdi, to China? How do you look at it as an expert of Iraq and China as well? And do you think it raised some concerns to the administration? Thank you.
You want to take a few? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sami Zaidi from Iraq Embassy. My question to the two ladies, to what extent the Turkish and Iranian foreign policy has the impact on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and does this conflict has its impact on internal affairs of Turkey and Iran? Thank you.
And the last?
My name is Dario Cristiani. I'm the IGMF fellow at the German Marshall Fund. My question is for Dr. Alterman. You mentioned 5 countries as the center, let's say, of the Chinese interest in the region. Do you think this definition is static, or there is some element of changing dynamics? I mean, I spent most of my time in the Maghreb, and over the past 2 years, especially in Tunis, but I can also mention Morocco, there is a significant increase of Tunisian, not only economic activities, but also diplomatic activity. So I was wondering whether you think this group of countries can change in the near future, or it's going to remain the same. Thank you.
Okay, John, if you permit, I give the floor to Gonul because she has to go. So, please.
On the question about Turkey's impact on Israeli-Palestinian issue, President Erdogan spent a lot of time at the UN talking about the Palestinian issue, and this is an important issue for him. But I think, first, Israeli-Palestinian issue, it's already very difficult to fix due to domestic dynamics in Israel, where the Trump administration stands, and the regional dynamics. So Turkey doesn't really, I don't believe Turkey can play a constructive, important role there. Even back in 2009, and even before that, when Turkey was a rising power in the region, where Turkey had the soft power and developed close relations with everyone, including Israel. Even then, Turkey could not do anything meaningful. So right now, I doubt Turkey can play that role, because it's become a very marginalized country. And from the Israeli point of view, Turkey is not really seen as a neutral power to play that role. And as I said, because of domestic dynamics, I think Turkey is going to become a very, very much inward-looking country. So President Erdogan doesn't have that political capital at the moment.
Yeah, and very briefly, I mean, the Israeli-Palestinian issue is one of the core of the Iranian foreign policy, has been always the case. Obviously, we have seen shifts in Iran's support for the different parties, in particular the Hamas group. Also, in particular, after the Syria conflict, we have seen more or less of support from the Iranian part towards them, but like the Israeli-Palestinian issue is something that has been always used in the domestic rhetoric, but it's not really affecting the domestic politics, if this is your question. I think, you know, when you look at again, like one of the principles that I mentioned is the defense of the Muslims' rights. The Palestinian issue is what has been always brought up by Iran as the main example of what defending Muslims means, and why they cannot really drop the issue, and why until there is no resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, there is no real possibility for stabilization of the region. They mention it quite often, but in terms of their actual statement of an impact of this issue domestically, we haven't really seen it. And even recently, as Gonula has mentioned, we have seen somehow a dropping of the issue in the agenda, specifically because of how the Trump administration has managed the file, and you know, the whole instability with regard to the change of the embassy and so on and so forth. That didn't really help in terms of prospect for a resolution in the Iranian eyes. But in terms of their policy, that has been continuing to be the same. It doesn't really change depending on what the U.S. has been doing.
On the visit to China, I don't think that the U.S. government is concerned about allies visiting China. I mean, the Israeli Prime Minister visits China. It hasn't seemed to diminish his ties to the White House. Others visit. You know, Mohammed Zayed has been to China. I mean, Mohammed Salman's been to China. It's not a. I think there's a sense that it's sort of natural that leaders will go to China. The issue is, again, on the issues of rules-based order. On the, I think that there are a lot of issues related to Iran policy where people in the administration think that China's interests and U.S. interests are different. If somebody wants to, if a country wants to strongly support a Chinese view of undermining solidarity with the U.S. position, then that's a problem. But merely going to China is not an issue of great concern. It's an interesting question of the 5 countries static. What I think is sort of makes the 5 countries important is they all have something genuinely strategic to offer China. I certainly know that China had $18 billion of infrastructure contracts in Algeria in the 2000s. They were building a highway that went all the way across the country. But that doesn't really make a strategic relationship. That's a purely commercial one. Egypt has been a sort of somewhat recent addition. I think Israel is interesting. Israel was worried in the mid-2000s when the U.S. came out harshly against the transfer of U.S. military technology from Israel to China, that Israel would then lose its relevance to China. I think the Israelis quite aggressively sought to find ways to be relevant to China. I think one of them is on cyber and technology, and the other is on counterterrorism expertise. And Israel fought itself into the top 5. I think it's possible, but I think it's in some ways, I mean, Iran just makes sense because of its relationship to the United States. I think for other countries who want to become strategically important to China, they have to make a case for it. Now, one of the things that I find breathtaking traveling to the Middle East is how many countries want to argue that they're strategically vital to China. I mean, the number of countries that have argued we are a central hub in the Belt and Road Initiative. And I'm looking at them like, no, you're not, right? But they want to be a central hub in the Belt and Road Initiative. And one that the sort of you know, just as an admiration of statecraft, the way the Chinese have aligned the world with this idea of a Belt and Road Initiative, which has no definitive map, sort of vague contours, but there's a sense that it matters and there's a big idea and we can align ourselves with it, has been a tremendous force multiplier for the Chinese. So I think it's possible for countries to get onto that list. I think it's possible for countries to drop off the list. But the important thing to me is it's not just about your volume of trade, because your volume of trade within the Chinese bucket is not a big deal. You have to find something strategic. You have to understand what the Chinese are trying to do strategically. It's possible to do that without alienating the United States. But I think that's something that countries would have to consider carefully how one does it.
I think we can take another couple of questions. So, and thank you, Gonul. One here and the other one.
Dan Lieberman. China recently canceled a $5 billion oil deal with Iran, ostensibly because of trying to obey U.S. sanctions. I don't know if that's true, but it seems to be a significant aspect of our relations in the Mideast. I wonder if you have an opinion of the reason for the cancellation and what this cancellation will mean to Iran.
Look, first,
well,
I think, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm
the
sorry.
other one, sorry. So, after we can close.
Erica Bancroft, Boswell Communications. President Trump just announced that he has invited President Erdogan to the White House next month, and he has accepted. What would you say would be the optimum outcome for the U.S.? In other words, what would any one of you advise should be our goal and how to achieve that from that meeting? Thank you.
Who want to start?
Sure.
The very last one. Yeah.
Mohammed Al-Salami from International Institute for Iranian Studies. Dr. Tabrizi, you mentioned a point that many people believe in, but maybe not in this town, which is no difference in terms of the government in Iran when it comes to foreign policy or to regional policy. What would Iran then, what would drive Iran to change its policy in the Middle East? Is it the IRGC? Is it Khamenei? Is it both? But it seems to me no difference, as you said, between Rouhani or Ahmadinejad when it comes to foreign policy. Thank you.
So, okay, Mark.
Go ahead.
Oh, right. There was just one thing I wanted to mention, sort of, I'm afraid not an answer to any of the questions that were asked, but I think in terms of the news of the day, and that is the Russian reaction to the Trump administration withdrawing troops and then sort of talking about Turkey. I think that what we're going to see is that Moscow is going to revive its long-standing offer to the Syrian Kurds that the best deal possible for them is to make a deal with the Assad regime. Russia will help them do so, and that they cannot rely on the U.S. And that while the Turks might not like this, I think that they will find themselves in a position where it's very difficult for them to counter it without hurting their relations with Russia. I'd also point out that Russia has been supporting the Kurds since the 19th century, supporting them and betraying them alternately, and yet they always come back, the Kurds, to the Russians, and I think that this is a long-standing relationship, and I think that the current U.S. policy will lead to another sort of closer ties between Russians and Kurds.
Sure. All right, so I start with the no difference in Iran's foreign policy, which is not exactly what I meant to say, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify. What I said is that Iran's principles that drive its foreign policy do not change. But I also say that depending on who is in power in terms of the presidency and the government, Iran's policy actually changes in terms of tone and tactics. And that is why, for instance, we have seen that right after Rouhani was elected in June 2013, we had 2 months after the first start of the negotiation that then led in 2015 to the nuclear deal. Together with a bunch of other reasons, obviously, but I think the importance of who is in power should not be undermined. And I think we have seen differences also in terms of how different presidencies have connected or interacted with the countries that we mentioned in this panel. So China, for instance, is one of them. Obviously, the underlying element that has defined Iran's policy towards China, as I said before, is the fact that it's not perceived as a belligerent country, and therefore peaceful relationships are normally established, and the business element is obviously the core element. But I think, like if you look again at the difference between the Ahmadinejad administration, which really what it did was entangling Iran, not just economically but also politically closely with China, is very different with what Rouhani wanted to do. Especially in the first administration, we have seen a clear attempt by the Rouhani administration to diversify from China's economic dependence, with and the cases of the South Pars gas oil field, the disconnection from the contracts that were established before, and so on and so forth. And the attempt was really to move Iran's policy and economic engagement towards the West. Obviously, with what has happened with the nuclear deal, the JCPOA, that has not been successful. And this is why we are now seeing Iran's policy again shifting much more closely to Russia, but also more specifically to China. At the same time, as one of the questions has mentioned, whereas there is this kind of relationship, there is a lot of also, I would say, different messaging coming from China. On one sense, you're talking about a strategic partnership and a strategic role that Iran plays in China, in China's mindset. But at the same time, I think from the Iranian point of view, China has not been really doing what it was expected to do, especially after the withdrawal of the United States from the nuclear deal. We know that there is concern, and we have heard it this morning, about how much oil China has been exporting to Iran and is continuing to exporting. But really, like, what are we talking about? 200,000, 300,000 barrels per day, like compared to the 700,000. And the mention about the unraveling of the contract after Total pulled out and China was supposed to come in and step in. That is one of the examples. And what we have seen really, more broadly speaking, with the Iraq reactor and more in general with regard to the Chinese posture, has been a continued attempt to stand by Iran, but without really taking the risk of putting itself in a confrontational position towards the U.S. Right. I think part of it, is yeah, I mean, it's very much in line with the strategic posture of China. But I think, this, in the eyes of Iran, does not represent a strategic partner. This does not represent someone that, Iran can really rely on.
But
no,
my point is Iran doesn't have a choice,
no,
right? I mean, China's playing a bigger game. China's playing a much bigger game, and Iran doesn't have a choice. And if China decides, because they're doing the trade deal and they're doing other stuff with the United States, that this isn't where they're going to pick a fight and they're not going to stand up for Iran, there's nothing Iran can do, because China is the master of this relationship.
No, you're absolutely right. So, there is a struggle for Iran in that sense, because in one sense, they know that they could play the relationship with China in a different role if they had a better relationship with the Western countries, particularly the European ones, which is what Rouhani wanted to do. But at the same time, now they know that this is no longer an option, and therefore all the cards are in the China basket, and that makes it very, very difficult to Iran to, disengage from what has been perceived as a dependency from China, which was on the economic side, but with the Chinese new vision might lead also to some sort of political dependency, and we don't know what the consequences of that might lead to.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. But I mean, China is luxuriating in the fact that Iran is dependent. And they know it. And the Iranians know it, and they're not happy about it. There's nothing they can do about it, because there's no country that can begin to provide for Iran what China provides for Iran. And so China, goes along with the JCPOA and doesn't really help the Iranians get a better deal. Okay, China decides the relationship with the United States is more important than the gas deal. Okay. You can protest, it won't do you any good. And I think this to me highlights the wisdom of the Chinese approach to Iran. Is Iran for China is the gift that keeps on giving, and Iran has to find ways to continue to make itself attractive to China, which benefits China. I'm sorry, nobody's answering your question about the Erdogan visit. Let me say this, and it's way out of my lane. I think U.S.-Turkish relations have been going in a really bad direction for a long time. And the Turks keep doing things which are perceived to be a defiance of American ambitions. And I would hope that the president will be able to bring the Turks closer in line with U.S. strategy in the region. And this is not a problem that is limited to the Trump administration, and it didn't start in the Obama administration. It started before. But as a NATO ally, our relationship with Turkey has been increasingly frayed. And I think there are a lot of things that are much easier to do if we are more closely aligned, and I hope that the president will be able to do that.
So the time is over, and we are ready for the lunch. So thank you very much for all panelists, and thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We can close the doors in the back. Hope everyone very quickly was able to get their food, get some drink, get some sustenance, and ready for the close of our conference. Something I've been looking forward to, hearing from General Joseph Votel. He's a man that really needs no introduction, but I'm going to give one anyway. I enjoyed tremendously my time in the Pentagon working with Joe and helping from the little that we could do from Washington for the really important work that he was doing all around the world and especially in the Middle East. He most recently served as commander of U.S. Central Command from March 2016 to March 2019. As commander of CENTCOM, he oversaw military operations across the entire region, including the campaign against the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. Before he was the CENTCOM commander, he was on the other side of the base as the commander of U.S. Special Operations Command. And before that, he was the commander of Joint Special Operations Command. There are few people that I know that have such a detailed knowledge of the region from a variety of different perspectives as General Votel. And I want to thank him for coming here and welcome him to the podium. Thank you very much, General.
Okay, so this is fixed right here, so I feel like I'm talking to these three rows right here. So I'll try to maintain eye contact with everybody. Thanks, Will, for the invitation, and Dr. Mezran, thank you very much for facilitating my presence here today. I'm very glad to be back at the Atlantic Council, and especially discussing a topic of great interest to me. I must admit, I spent quite a bit of time thinking and writing down my thoughts over the last couple of weeks. Now, Will reached out to me during about the middle of the summer to ask me to do this, so I have been thinking about it, but I've really been thinking about it a lot over the last couple of weeks, and I actually struggled quite mightily with this topic. I think I actually got it all figured out, what I wanted to say on Sunday afternoon, just a few days ago while watching the Vikings dominate the Giants, and I got it all down in writing. And I'm sorry to tell you that I've rewritten my remarks twice in the last 24 hours. We'll see how it goes. It's also good to see a number of colleagues here with whom I served while I was in uniform. I'm happy to report that retirement is going well. The other day, I overheard my wife telling one of her friends, for 39 years, he never expressed a view around the house. Now he has an opinion on everything. I later heard her say he also thinks he's an interior decorator. So I hope I'm doing this right. Seriously, it's been a very good transition. I certainly miss the people that I had a chance to serve with in uniform and those that were associated with our mission, but I don't miss much else about it. Before I step into my comments, let me just give you a few cautionary notes right up front here. First of all, I'm an infantryman and I'm a ranger, so I view things as a practitioner and through the lens of execution on the ground. Secondly, I'm a victim of my own experience, and I tend to look at the region through my own experiences, especially those of the last 18 years. Third, I am retired, and therefore not only a refugee from accountability, but nearly 8 months away from the very best situational awareness and understanding that I had of this region. And as I mentioned, I admit I'm a little uncomfortable trying to articulate a future strategic vision for a region that I served in for so long, mostly because I have focused principally on one dimension, the military security dimension. As a result of this, and the finite time we have this afternoon, most of my comments will be about our approach in the military security area. I'm mindful that the approach that I'll discuss in a few minutes, the military is not the lead, and that our efforts must not only be in conjunction with other elements of power, but actually in a supporting role. I'm also mindful that as we meet here today, there are military commanders and young American men and women in harm's way doing their best in our nation's bidding. These comments are certainly not intended as a criticism of them. What I'll talk about today, I'll talk a little bit about our national security interests in the region. I'll share some observations on the environment that exists today, and then I'll offer some thoughts on what I would describe as the components of a strategic vision to preserve our interests in the Middle East. Before I proceed, however, let me take a few minutes to address yesterday's policy change in northern Syria. For me, the overall sentiment is one of disappointment. Disappointment that we're letting down our partners, perhaps adding to the humanitarian disaster in this region, and that we may be ceding a hard-won strategic advantage to play a role in what is admittedly turning into a lengthy and difficult process to bring a political solution to this troubled area. I have long held that the partnership we crafted with the Syrian Democratic Forces is a model of how we should be protecting our interests in these very complex areas. It gave us a way to do what we do best as Americans: convene, collaborate, team build, understand, focus, enable, and advise, while minimizing our footprint and keeping the ownership of the solution on the ground in local hands. In my previous role as the CENTCOM commander, I spent considerable time in this area and invested deeply in this relationship. In my humble opinion, they are a capable and trustworthy partner, and did everything we asked them to do, even when it was not something that they necessarily wanted. Beyond that, they protected us every day. Their dedication to the fight and to our partnership was always evident to me. It should not go without notice that over 11,000 Syrian Democratic Force soldiers, Kurd and Arab, gave their lives or were wounded in this campaign focused on our objectives and theirs. I'm certainly aware of the many conflicting interests in this area, those of our NATO ally, those of the peoples of northeast Syria, and certainly those of our country and the Defeat ISIS coalition that we formed and led. I do believe the approach we were taking with increased security mechanisms in the border area was moving this in a steady, albeit slow, but a satisfactory overall direction. Although I also understood that no one party would ever be completely satisfied with the solution or the speed in attaining it. Importantly, the stability we achieved after our military campaign was valuable leverage for our diplomats in a future peace process. When the current National Defense Strategy was released in 2018, it clearly articulated that its principal priority was maintaining our competitive advantage against great powers. I agreed with this and testified to that effect in several congressional hearings. A key precept included in our defense strategy was the importance of partnership, especially in those areas where we will have to exercise an economy of U.S. military resources and presence. I consider this to be the direction we were headed over time in CENTCOM. Strong partnership can act as a mitigator in the areas where we choose to accept risk and where we also retain important national security interests. In essence, having a longer list of partners, allies, and friends than our adversaries and competitors is always better in my view. I believe that partnership is important. This partnership certainly is. It must, however, be nourished frequently and be based completely on mutual trust. I do believe yesterday's policy shift will make it more difficult to build partnership in the future. With that, let me move to the main discussion topic on the future of strategic vision for the region. Here's the big idea that I'll share with you today. Our strategic direction is moving towards great power competition. And in places like this region that we've been talking about today, we have to adopt our broader approach in ways that allow us to preserve our interests and our influence. I often get asked, and I've been asked this a number of times since I've retired and talked to a number of civic groups, why do we care about this area? Why have we been engaged here for so long? And I think this is a really good question for our citizens in this country to ask. And I usually try to answer this by addressing kind of 5 broad interests that we have in this area. First, I try to remind them we must ensure countries, areas, and populations in the region can't be used as platforms for attacks against our homeland, our citizens, or those of our friends and allies. This is the reason we went to Afghanistan to begin with. Second, we must prevent proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. There can be no doubt that an organization like ISIS would use something of this capability if it came into their hands. Third, we must deter and contain adversarial influence and activities that further destabilize the region and prevent them from spilling out and affecting our interests in other areas. Many of you saw the heartbreaking images of refugees trying to escape from Syria and the impact that had not only on policy and discussion in our country, but certainly across Europe. Fourth, we must protect freedom of navigation and flow of commerce through the region. While our dependence on resources from the region has decreased, many of our partners are still very dependent on it. And this area does produce 50% of the oil and gas reserves on Earth. And 20% of the daily global commerce goes through a choke point in the Middle East. Finally, we must maintain a favorable balance of influence that supports our long-term interests. This list of interests has not changed significantly for some time, and I do acknowledge that an argument can be made about the vitalness of each of these interests. With the possible exception of proliferation, I would argue that these interests are not currently existential to the survival of the United States, but that does not mean that they aren't important to us. Failing to preserve any one of them could make things more complicated and complex. That said, we cannot ignore the fact that over the last several years we have responded in some manner to at least 4 of these interests, and the other, nuclear proliferation, triggered a significant, lengthy, and largely unprecedented diplomatic effort. Interests and their priority and vitalness ought to be a significant factor for a future strategic vision for this region. For the purposes of discussion and argument today, I will consider the interests that I discussed just a few moments ago to fall into the category of important but not vital interests, meaning that our very survival is currently not at risk. If we subscribe to this concept, then this means that future strategic visions must also include mechanisms and approaches that mitigate the threat to interests that don't fall in the vital category. We can't conclude that something is in our interest and then not address it, mitigate it, or be willing to accept the associated risk. The Middle East that we see today reflects both old and new realities. There are new aspects playing out that must be considered as we think about the way forward. Younger leadership and a more restless and youthful population. Increasing technology capabilities and faster learning cycles that are closing the gap where traditional military or technical dominance previously existed. An information environment that makes things almost instantly known, but also almost instantly manipulatable. Tensions and competitions in areas where we historically considered our relationships and leadership to be solid. The rise or resurgence of competitors to the United States that pose true geostrategic challenges that could affect not only the world order that the United States and its friends and allies have crafted over many decades, but perhaps even our long-term survivability. Lessen direct U.S. reliance on natural resources coming from this region, and fatigue from sustained investment of American treasure in the region, both at home and abroad. But of course, many of the same underlying tensions that we have observed for decades continue to course through the region. Multiple toxic narratives, among them the Sunni Shia narrative and the Turkish Kurd narrative. Rampant corruption, disenfranchisement, and unemployment. Extreme wealth and profound poverty. Extraordinary human suffering exacerbated by growing refugee and displaced person issues and difficulty in concluding regional conflicts, and a general overall lack of dialogue. So it is in this environment that I now turn to the more difficult task of thinking about our strategic vision for the region. And let me just start this part of the discussion by talking a little bit about what I consider the characteristics of a good strategic vision to be. First, it must address our interests or accept and mitigate where risk is being taken. This is a theme that you'll continue to hear throughout my remarks today. Second, it must be able to be communicated clearly and simply. It should leverage our partners and emphasize self-reliance. It must allow for blending, integration, and balance of all elements of national power, and it must be backed up by an engaged national security process that includes an element of predictability while also remaining agile enough to take advantage of opportunities in the changing environment. Policy without process is dangerous, and process without policy is meaningless. We can no longer afford to look at our interests in the Middle East without considering our interests in other areas. An effective strategic vision must be backed by a national security process that debates, assesses, adjusts, and implements our policies and strategies. We must ensure that our end states are well coordinated and well articulated across the pillars of national power. We must avoid over-reliance on the military power of national security. This does not mean that we should not be stationing or stationing military forces or deploying them to the regions. What it means is that can't be our only approach, and most likely should not be the only way we attempt to solve problems in the Middle East and preserve our interests. This will be difficult to do in this area because we have made it our main focus for decades, but we have to have better balance. Finally, a good strategy must be sustainable. If we're going to deploy forces, we need to be able to sustain those forces. If we need to be able to sustain our diplomatic energy to address the challenges of the region. And we must have sustainable strategic communications and information that supports our overall strategy. With that, let me offer you an end state. Any good strategy must start with an end state that is not only clear but also achievable and measurable. In the past few decades, our strategic approach to this region has been defined by four things, in my view. First, access to vital resources. Second of all, our desire to contain Iraqi aggression, certainly during the Saddam period, or principally during the Assad period. Third, our desire to contain Iran's revolutionary approach to the region. And fourth, by our concern for terrorism that emanates from the region and which ends up on our doorstep or the doorsteps of our close partners. All four of these remain important, but in my view, none of them should dominate the overall approach. Our overall end state, in my view, should be focused on preserving an overall favorable balance of power in the region when compared against other great power competitors or would-be regional hegemons. This is not new in our approaches to the region. I often remind people that my first roommate at West Point came to the academy from Tehran American High School. His father was a defense attaché there. This level of balance on both sides of the Arabian Gulf helped us until it didn't. Up until that time, we didn't have large deployments of troops in the region. We didn't need them. Our balanced relationships on each side maintained a relative level of stability that served our interest. We can certainly argue about the tactics that fell underneath this approach, but the overall concept itself, in my view, was sound. I'm also not suggesting that we should orchestrate some kind of near-term kumbaya moment with the Iranians. I don't think this is particularly wise or even achievable right now, although I do support movements towards dialogue. What it does mean is the United States should pursue an overall strategic approach that makes or keeps us, depending on your view, the preferred partner in the region, morally, diplomatically, economically, and militarily. Being the preferred partner will allow us an opportunity to preserve our important interests in this region, while at the same time shifting focus to address vital national interests that are essential to our long-term survival. Having staked out a proposed end state, I'll refer to it as preferred partner, let me now address some of the ways and means we should pursue against this particular end state or objective. First, we need to bring the ongoing conflicts in Afghanistan, Syria, and Yemen to a political conclusion. This seems like a statement of the obvious, but I consider these to be the sucking chest wounds of the region. They continue to draw resources, feed fatigue, contribute to human suffering, and promote more instability. They will not be solved militarily, and we must pursue a full-court press through U.S. and international diplomacy. Second, we need to look at our security cooperation arrangements, both in terms of organization and in execution of our military funding and sales program. Our efforts must be backed up with an emphasis on responsiveness, professionalism, and self-reliance. In a region where we are the preferred partner, our security cooperation offices should be the main military effort, working closely through the country teams to implement programs for our partners, and with our combatant commands to support theater campaign plans. To complement this, we must make our support conditional on commitment to military professionalism and sustained self-reliance. We should use our considerable experience in coalition warfighting to help our partners in the region achieve a better level of integration and unity of effort. Third, we should continue to insist on and support coalition task forces like those we have in the maritime environment of the Arabian Gulf. These are good, these build capability, and they build self-reliance. Fourth, we should triple the amount of money we spend on IMET. This is a certain way to create a generation of regional leaders and their families who have an appreciation for our country. During my last year at CENTCOM, We spent just under $19 million for this program. In the big picture, this is not that expensive, but what we get from it is invaluable. We get officers that study in our schools and families that live in our communities. If you don't think this matters, look at the defense chiefs across the region. Overwhelmingly, they have spent time in our schools, and their families have the experience of living in Leavenworth, Carlisle, Montgomery, Newport, and here in Washington, and have gained and taken away a largely positive view of our people and our nation. Look also at the countries where we have stepped these programs back. It is notable in their lack of understanding, appreciation, and cooperation with our country. Fifth, we should review and update our access, basing, and overflight arrangements and agreements throughout the region, with a view towards ensuring that they can support our ability to respond quickly and effectively in the event of a true emergency. Sixth, we should routinely demonstrate our commitment to the region with deployment exercises focused on likely security scenarios. We should not forget the impact of the Bright Star exercises of the early 1980s. At a time when we did not have forces on the ground, the deployment of large formations for the purpose of training and reassurance and partnership in the region sent an extraordinarily strong message. Seventh, we should only permanently deploy forces to address those important interests where we are unable to mitigate through our partners, or unwilling to outsource, or where we are willing to outsource our own security. This could include checking terrorist organizations with the ability to attack our homeland or our citizens, deterring adversaries and competitors in areas where our partners do not yet have capability or capacity, ensuring safe passage of American and allied commerce in the region, and protecting our vital installations, troop locations, and other unique American infrastructure, and supporting routine training opportunities and exercises with our partners. These are some of the types of things we should be looking at in the future. I recognize it will take time to implement and constant attention to keep it on track. As mentioned, military capabilities will not be sufficient. We must bring the other instruments of our national power to bear. And let me just touch on a few things that I think would be supportive of this. First and foremost, well-resourced diplomatic missions in the country of the region are essential. These missions must be backed up by strong regional bureaus in the Department of State who do their bidding in the national security process. Secondly, we need a better resourced, more responsive organizational entity to help traverse the information environment. We should study how the U.S. Information Agency helped us win the Cold War. We need this now more than ever. Third, we need technical sharing arrangements with our partners that allow them to not only have the intelligence, but the cutting-edge capabilities to build self-defense. Fourth, we need to address the strength of our global market approach and the limitations of the approaches of our rising challengers. I really agree with what Dr. Alterman talked about in the previous panel. And last, we need a better way to support opportunities for American business to do what they do best in this region: innovate, employ, stabilize, add prosperity, and bring profits and principles to our partners. Let me just conclude with a few additional comments here. I am under no illusion that any of this will be easy. In fact, I know that it will be very, very hard. But a coherent global strategy will require that we prioritize and take risk in areas where we have been reluctant to, especially in this region. Taking risk will mean that we will also have to look for ways to mitigate those risks. We have experience in doing this. As the SOCOM and later CENTCOM commander, I was supported by a cadre of excellent policy advisors, or POLADs. One of the things they often reminded me of was the foreign policy principle, as they sometimes referred to it, that allowing any single power to dominate this part of the world would be detrimental to our overall national security objectives. Many of our relationships and alliances have been built around this fact. We should not forget this easily. I don't expect that everyone here will agree with my suggestions, and I know there are a myriad of other details that I have left out which would need to be developed in order to truly make this workable. But I do think this is a pragmatic approach that is in our grasp if you're willing to take a team approach to it. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion and your questions.
Thank you very much. You know, one of the benefits of being a host of a conference like this is I get to sit up here and ask the first question or two before I go to the audience. So I know we're going to have a lot, but let me start with one question, Joe. It's a military question. Look ahead. You know the capabilities of Turkey. You know the capabilities of the Kurds very well. The United States withdraws or moves our forces to the south per the president's order. Turkey does what it says it's going to do and invades to create a safe zone. What do the Kurds do? What are their capabilities? What should we be looking for?
Well, I think I think the Kurds will first of all defend themselves to the best that they can. When it becomes apparent to them that they cannot deal with kind of this very modernized army and capabilities that Turkey has, then I think they will leave the area. And not only will their fighters leave, but I would expect that their citizens would leave as well. With the feeling that they would not be secure remaining in that area, and I think that would exacerbate the challenges. And then perhaps the Kurds may then move to some type of insurgent approach, if you will, that nips away at the edges of of the area that Turkey controls in this site, and then I think we have a long-term security issue that will have to be addressed somehow.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Let me ask another military question before we go. Going to the Persian Gulf, we've provided an awful lot of capabilities through an awful lot of military sales to our partners in the Gulf for many decades now. Some of those military budgets far exceed the Iranian military budget by multiples. And yet, the United States remains the only power capable of defending those sea lanes. Why is that? Why do these gaps still exist from our partners? And what can be
I think
done?
that's a great question. It's one that I thought about quite a bit as the CENTCOM commander. When you go see it, when you see some of the modern capabilities that are provided out there, and I'm not sure there's a particularly easy answer to it. Some of it might have been our approach in the past has been to provide equipment to partners in the region without ever any intention that they would actually use them. That it was designed as part of a much more larger balancing act here of making sure people had stuff and felt secure in terms of that. Secondly, I would just tell you, in some cases, in some countries, I think our own security cooperation organization contributed to some of the ineffectiveness of these programs. When we were providing equipment to the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Interior, and the Presidential Guard, or some kind of Royal Guard in one of these countries, and nothing comes between them, that's not an effective way to do this. I'm very much supportive of the idea of a single senior defense official and alignment of all of this activity under him, and of course under the control of the ambassador in each of these countries. So some of this may have been caused by our own organization in terms of how we approach that. And I think a third thing would be that we just have not adjusted our expectations for partners in the region. And I think that's why I kind of in my comments there I tried to emphasize this idea of professionalism and the idea of sustaining your capabilities over time. I think one of the things we observed from a number of our Arab partners when they got to Yemen at the start of this ill-fated campaign down there was many of their capabilities were outdated and they couldn't even operate among themselves. And they saw how that had happened. So, I think we have a responsibility to help provide capabilities to our partners, but I think it has to come with a level of expectation and with a clear understanding of why we are providing them. And then our organization needs to match that.
Mm-hmm. Some of those partners, thinking of the UAE most notably, took their SOF, went to Afghanistan, worked with us without caveats, and improved from a very modest level to a significant level. Other countries in the region made the exact opposite decision. And do you see any now that we can look back at that and see how capability growth has differed tremendously, do you see any changes from your time at CENTCOM in our partners' willingness to work with us in such a way that they can actually build their own
I do,
capabilities?
and I should say up front here, I don't mean to paint all the countries with a broad stroke here in terms that I would certainly acknowledge the UAE, little Sparta there has been fantastic and a partner. But and I think you look around the region, you look at other countries that have developed very good soft capabilities, and I think this is a desire that this is something they can emulate. It can be done. It's done at a lower scale, so it's easier for them to do. There certainly is an interest in it. They can see an immediate employment of that. So I think what you see, not just in the UAE, but in a number of the other countries, there are some very capable soft elements. I think the challenge becomes when you try to expand that at scale across the armed forces. And I just look at our example in the United States. I mean, we have wonderful capabilities, but those didn't develop over time. And we have, as a former SOCOM commander, I can say this. I think we developed great ways of doing things, approaches to things, training methods, operating methods, SOPs, and things that emanated out of our special operations forces, and over time became the routine in our broader conventional forces. So it does take time for that to do. But that we were enabled by an intellectually curious, officer and non-commissioned officer corps, and a very professional and institutionalized education process that put a value on innovation, that put a value on new ideas, and that's what I think we have to look at inculcating across the region.
Let me ask just one last question, because I know there's a lot of people here that have questions for you, but it's a question between the capability, the gap between actual capabilities in some of these countries and the perceptions by the leaders of these countries. I mean, one thing I think about is when the war in Yemen began, the Saudi leadership gave its military the mission to conduct intelligence-driven air-to-ground operations against moving targets in an urban environment where you have to protect civilians. If I'm being generous, I can maybe count on one hand a number of countries in the world that have those capabilities. If I'm not being generous, I can count on one finger the number of countries that have those capabilities, and we make mistakes sometimes. There was a huge disjoint there between the mission set and the capability set. As these countries become more willing to use the capabilities that they have, do you see that gap decreasing to making us all safer, or do you see it increasing and the likeliness of recklessness?
Yeah, thanks. I think that's an excellent question, and I think to directly answer your question, my hope is certainly that we will see it decreasing. We have long in the U.S. military enjoyed a relationship between military and civilian leaders that has allowed for frank discussion back and forth about our own capabilities. I mean, I would share with you in my service, the U.S. Army, the one I served in, our Chief of Staff, Mark Milley, now the Chairman, was pretty blunt in terms of, as we were being concerned about things like Korea, was very blunt in terms of where he thought we were in terms of our ability to do that. And I think that helped drive our civilian leadership and the department and others in a direction to make sure that we had addressed that. So, I think we have to promote that kind of honest discussion back and forth between military and civilians. It is, I admit that it is difficult in many of these countries to have that discussion. And there is a belief, because of a lack of experience or because there isn't a process of allowing for frank discussion back and forth, that leaders can overassume what their capabilities are. And that's dangerous. I should just say, in your previous question, you asked a little bit if we've seen some indications of where countries are trying to do this. And I think, yes, we have. Even with the Saudi-led coalition in Yemen, as again, I don't think anyone's trying to paint that in any kind of positive light, but we saw instances, and using some of our own experience of reaching out to the Saudis and others there to try to help them develop a process that would minimize the opportunities for civilian casualties and try to more effectively employ the military capabilities we have. And I think we saw some instances certainly where they understood that. The challenge, of course, is institutionalizing that and really making a long-term change, and that just takes time and it takes commitment, not just from us, but certainly more from them in terms of doing that.
Absolutely. Okay, let's go to questions. I'm going to start with the back because the front has been getting an awful lot of questions in the last couple of panels. Let's go to the young lady in the back with her hand up there.
Hi there. Thank you so much. Lauren Meyer with Washington Times. Several U.S. officials and think tanks have suggested that ISIS leaders are planning a massive prison break from the regional prisons in northeast Syria. With the potential withdrawal of U.S. troops in the region, do you see that as a reality?
Well, I don't know if I necessarily see it as a reality, meaning it's definitely going to happen. But I do see that if the Syrian Democratic Forces who have assumed that responsibility right now, protecting, safeguarding, and detaining those fighters, if their attention is drawn elsewhere because they have to defend themselves because of something more important, it certainly makes the possibility of that much greater. I think this is something that we have to be concerned about. Detained foreign fighters, detained local fighters, and then, of course, the large number of family members that are not detained, but certainly are encamped right now in areas here that, left on their own devices. We could see some of this being a resurgence. It's not. We should remember that in the beginning of ISIS, they got a lot of their fighting, a lot of their combat power by breaking people out of prison in places like Mosul and other places. Hundreds, thousands of fighters instantly joined like that. And while we've been successful against liberating the caliphate, the physical part of it, we certainly haven't eliminated the ideology that drives them. And this will be an important. This could be an important test for us.
Okay. Sir in the back.
General, thanks for doing this. Jack Detch from Al Monitor. I wanted to ask you about the U.S. response since President Trump's decision to take U.S. troops out of the safe zone, specifically the Pentagon's decision to cut Turkey out of the air tasking order, out of ISR feeds, as well as Trump's statement that he would economically obliterate Turkey for this. Is this going to have any deterrent effect, in your opinion?
I don't know, and I should say I have no insight into any of that. No one is sharing that with me over my iCloud account here at this particular point. But so I don't really know. I think I read, like most of you did, the response from the Turkish government today on some of that narrative is going back and forth, and so. I don't have any way of depicting it. I had not heard that we'd cut people out of the air tasking order, but given kind of the statements that we've seen come from our administration, that would seem to be the right thing to do to make sure that we weren't participating in whatever it is that the Turkish military has planned.
Can you just explain to everyone what the implications of that are?
Well, the implications of being dropped out of the air tasking order is they will lose, one, significant visibility on the things that we are doing, and we will lose visibility on the things that they were doing. The air tasking order performs a lot of functions. It gives specific taskings to types of aircraft and the missions that they do, but it also includes a significant amount of coordination and deconfliction procedures that keep all of us safe in the air and guides how these activities get done. And so we rely heavily on this process every day, literally every day, to help keep us safe in the airspace up there. And so the chances are, maybe, it could lead to a miscalculation, it could lead to a misunderstanding, it could lead to something here. I certainly hope that that's not the case. I'm not saying it automatically will, but I think it makes it harder to operate in this environment and keep keep military forces safe.
Excellent. Blake?
Thanks, Will. Thanks, General Votel. Lincoln Bloomfield. Both at SOCOM and CENTCOM, you and your component commanders had day-to-day eyes on Quds Force and IRGC. Here in Washington, we read about the IRGC, sanctioned them. We have a sort of a general understanding politically what they are. What did you see on a day-to-day basis, both on the ground, the maritime domain? What do they do day-to-day? And how much, if at all, do they try to influence politics in places like Iraq or Yemen or Syria? What role do they really play? What don't we know about them in Washington?
Thanks. I think what I think was one of the most keen observations we had is the Quds Force. We shouldn't think of them wholly as just a military force. They're not. That's not the role that the leader of the Quds Force, General Soleimani, plays. He plays a role as a very influential policymaker with direct access or very close access to the supreme leader, and he exercises a certain amount of independent decision making, in my view, out there that oftentimes not just reflects military activities, but actually reflects political policy type objectives for Iran. So this is an extraordinarily unique organization, much different than we would see in any kind of Western country, that is exceedingly dangerous. And it is very clearly linked into the governing regime here, and it attempts to influence the day-to-day activities in places like Iraq through their own interaction with political leaders and military leaders there and putting pressure on them, through militia groups that might be on the ground that answer back to them, that are actually more beholden to them than they might be to their Iraqi leadership. That orchestrates, the movement of arms around the region, whether that is to Houthi rebels or whether it's into western Syria, where they can be used to threaten Israel or perhaps other partners in the region. So I think this is an extraordinarily dangerous organization, and it's not, we can't think of it like another military organization. That's not how it is. It has, I think, in my view, equal parts military and equal parts policy. Not only development but execution responsibilities.
Harlan?
General, I'm Harlan Ullman. Thank you for your comments. Your talk today really reflected a lot of the frustration that a range of your previous commanders at CENTCOM have about things that need to be done that are just very difficult to get through the bureaucracy. I had the privilege from 2004 to 2016 sitting on the SACEUR Advisory Board, and we suffered the same kind of issues, that there are a lot of things that the SACEURs wanted to do that just couldn't be implemented politically and other reasons why. Do you have any suggestions as to how we may be able to get more influence from the military input to be able to take on some of these really common sense suggestions that you've made, other combatant commanders make, but simply don't get implemented?
Yeah, well, that's a great comment. I mean, stepping out of it, I think sometimes actually provides you the clearest view of what you've been dealing with. And the challenge, I think, in places like, certainly in CENTCOM, I'll just speak from my own experience, is that on a day-to-day basis, you are so upfront with what is happening right in front of you that it is sometimes difficult to look at the long-term aspects of this. And I think, frankly, the best way of doing this is kind of this policy process kind of approach here, where we try to balance the things that we want to achieve through our policy with building consensus across our government. Changing things like the security cooperation organizations across here isn't something the CENTCOM commander can do by himself. He certainly is influential in that. The Department of Defense has something into that, but the Department of State does, and certainly the country teams have to be. So, these are hard problems, and frankly, the longer they are in place, the more difficult they are to untrench. And this just takes time. I mean, the idea of going to a a single defense official in these countries who's responsible, kind of responsible to the ambassadors there, and focuses effort through that and works very closely with the combatant commanders is a fairly novel idea in some of these countries. And frankly, we were fought the whole way in terms of that. Sometimes by our own bureaucracy, and sometimes by the bureaucracies of the partners we are trying to support. So I think these things just take time, but I think it's important to talk about them, to get the dialogue, to get the intellectual discussion going on these things, so that we can begin to address them.
Thank you. Okay, Barbara, and then Barbara.
Barbara Leaf, the Washington Institute. General Votel, give me your thoughts, your prognosis for success or not for the Iraqi government to do the necessary integration of the PMF, the Hashd.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think this is a very difficult challenge for them, and this is one that frankly we have been talking to our Iraqi partners about for a long time. The PMF law that actually brought them in was established years ago, and as the ambassador knows, I mean, this was a routine talking point with the Prime Minister and others here as we kind of went in there to talk about that. So it certainly isn't anything new, and it has not much shown that. I'm not overly positive about that. I kind of like to be a half glass full kind of guy here, and think that they can do that, and I hope that they are able to, but I'm not overly positive that that's going to be done anytime quickly. I had hoped that we would be able to identify maybe a roles and missions approach to this might have been something to do. So look at some of the popular mobilization forces, is, like we look at our Corps of Engineers, for example, somebody that's focused on civics works and kind of helping maintain the infrastructure of the country. This could be an approach, but I think that has not yet taken off. And so what you do see is these organizations now kind of continuing, I think, in my estimation, continuing to fight for their own identities and their own things, and really not much coming together. The fact that the Iraqis were able to get all those elements to work in conjunction with them during an operation like Mosul is no small miracle, and literally done by some really a few very good officers that knew what they needed to do to kind of bring all that together. But I think this will continue to be a very, very difficult challenge for Iraq moving forward.
Barbara Slavin here at the Atlantic Council. General Votel, you were CENTCOM commander in the period when the JCPOA was negotiated and immediately afterward. What was the situation in terms of communication between U.S. forces and Iranian forces in the Persian Gulf during that period? How did it change after the U.S. withdrew, and do you ascribe the change to the U.S. withdrawal from the JCPOA? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So the level of communication is zero. There is no communication between military forces in the region. And it was my view, obviously when I came into the position, the JCPOA was in place, and it was my view that we should try to figure out a way to be talking, at least militarily, to our partners across the region. I would have just liked to have had my maritime commander talk to that maritime commander over there, because frankly, I think we struggled with the fact that when we saw provocations in the Gulf, we weren't sure if these were the actions of a rogue commander, or if they were something that was being articulated from a more centralized position. So I was a strong advocate of that. We were unable to kind of move that forward, I think, in policy channels, and perhaps if the JCPOA had stayed in place, that may have provided an opportunity to do that. But I would say in the immediate wake of the JCPOA, at least in early 2016 and through most of that year and maybe into early 2017, I think we continued to see a normal level of unprofessional, unsafe interaction in the maritime environment. A couple times a month. I think it ended up to be 30 to 35 a year that we were seeing, and then we saw it drop off precipitously. And I think part of the reason, and again, one of the approaches that we tried to take with this is we tried to call out the Iranians on their actions, and appeal to their level of professionalism. You know, I think there's an ethic in militaries around the world that when your professionalism is questioned, that bothers you, I think. And I think we made a very good effort in terms of this, about pointing this out. Several times I took reporters with me out onto ships, and you know, it was like we had queued up the Iranians. I mean, literally, we weren't on the ship 10 or 15 minutes, and there were missile boats around us, and they weren't always doing anything unsafe, but they were there. And so they could really get a perspective of that. And when you send the message that, you know, professional militaries, professional navies don't operate like this. We protect our interests, but we don't operate like that. We don't go out into international waterways and conduct provocative actions. We don't do missile launches astride the principal transit route through the Strait of Hormuz. This is the action of unprofessional, undisciplined militaries. We saw that drop off almost to nil over the next year. So I can't really explain why that was. Some of that might have been the fact that we didn't have as many vessels in the area, so maybe we weren't seen as much, or wasn't as much of an opportunity for them to do that. But in general, you know, we saw a decline in that. I remain in favor of communication back and forth. In Syria, our ability to talk to the Russians, both their ground commander and their air component, was absolutely vital. We didn't coordinate, we didn't synchronize, we didn't collaborate, but we deconflicted. And this was extraordinarily important for keeping us safe and them. And when something happened, we had a mechanism to talk with them. And for the most part, this was professional military to military conversations. And I think that worked for us, and it really reinforced in my mind the importance of having some kind of mechanism like that.
It changed after the U.S. withdrew from the JCPOA.
I don't know that it did. I mean, we were always concerned about a number of the things. I mean, they were doing things with the Houthis, and they were moving supplies to them, and they were trying to push things into the western part of Iraq or of Syria even before then. So, you know, the rhetoric, I think, probably went up certainly after we withdrew from the JCPOA, but I don't know that the number of those types of things that they were doing, you know, significantly changed one direction or the other.
Mr. Besser?
Doug Sullivan, the president of the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington. In conversations over the past month in the Gulf region and here in Washington, a number of senior Arab government officials have bemoaned what they see as the conscious absence of American political leadership in the Gulf over the past couple of years. But they were really concerned about what they have seen over the past summer as Iran increased its deniable attacks against infrastructure in Saudi Arabia, oil infrastructure. And one senior interlocutor described to me the lack of the U.S. military response to the Iranian attack on Abqaiq, the world's largest oil processing facility, as the final nail in the coffin of the Carter Doctrine, that the United States would help protect the Gulf. What they said was perhaps more important than the Carter Doctrine, however, was the absolute lack of any deterrence now provided by any military force against Iranian action. So I have two questions for you. Do you believe that the Carter Doctrine needs to be preserved and that the United States needs to maintain a leadership role in the Gulf in security arrangements? And secondarily, and more tactically, what might the United States and our allies do to restore a measure of deterrence against Iranian actions?
Yeah, well, I think that the first part of your question, yeah, I do think American leadership is important in this. You know, I think under ideal circumstances, it would be great if that could be transitioned to leadership in the region. And I think there will always be things that we will be willing to deploy forces for in this region. We've done it a number of times in the past, and so I think we would expect to do that sometime in the future as well. I think those ought to be very carefully considered, frankly. But I do think American leadership is necessary in the region, especially as we try to try to move to a new period of great power competition here, and we begin to take risk in these areas. The presence, American leadership diplomatically, militarily, economically, information-wise, I think is very, very important to doing this, and it doesn't necessarily take a whole bunch of troops on the ground to do it in terms of that. And so I think there certainly is a role for this. In terms of the things that we can do and should do to try to deter Iran, I was always very much an advocate and believer in these combined maritime task forces that we had in the region. These were very, very good. They were composed of not just Western navies, but regional navies, and in some cases, others outside of the region came. Interestingly, Pakistan was a key contributor to this for a number of years and played a big role. And we had Japanese and others that came in and joined these. These were very, very important. And so I think one of the most important things we can do is first of all continue to show unity and cohesion among ourselves. Our list of partners and allies, has to always be very present there in terms of that. In terms of what we strike back at, what we that I think is certainly a policy decision on one left for the President of the United States, but I think it is important that we not allow them to have free rein here in terms of things they're doing. There are things we can do to shut down routes. There are things we can do to promote more security, more understanding in the maritime environment about what is moving through that, and there are things we can do with our partners diplomatically. I think, and with the support of our military leadership to, hold them accountable and demonstrate to them that we're with them. A lot of these things are a bit intangible, I would argue. But I think overall, that's kind of the approach I would kind of think of here right now.
Mm-hmm. Mark?
Thank you. Mark Hatz, George Mason, and Atlantic Council. You refer, General, to the U.S. priority has switched to now pursuing the great power competition. I presume that also means pursuing the great power competition in the Middle East. And I'm just wondering, how do we do that effectively when so many of our allies and partners in the Middle East have good relations with both of our great power competitors? Thank you.
Yeah, great. Well, so first off, I really agree with the first part of your comment there about, the great power competition isn't only going to be limited to the Asian Pacific. It's not going to be limited to Eastern Europe. In fact, it is going to play out in other areas, and the Middle East has traditionally been an area where this has been done. I think as we look back in our previous experience, you look at a place like Afghanistan, was certainly a key place where the Cold War, the competition between the United States and Soviet Union certainly played out on the battlefields of Afghanistan with kind of our support to the Mujahideen. So I think there's a lot of good examples, and certainly I think the waterways of the Middle East and the approaches into them are key areas of that. So I really agree with that particular approach. In terms of how we become better partners, more desired partners than the Chinese or the Russians or something like that. I think my personal view is I think there is a natural proclivity in the region to want to partner with us. I think they want to be aligned with us. Most of those countries want to be aligned with us. My observation is principally in areas where we have pushed back or we've not addressed some of their concerns, where we have seen them reach out to others to try to satisfy their goals. And again, I'm not saying we should give them everything they want. That's not the right way either. But I think what we have to have is a very serious dialogue. We have to be engaged with all these countries all the time and talking with them about their security requirements and about our broader approach in the Middle East. And I really do think dialogue matters. I think staying engaged with people matters. I think being responsive with foreign military sales and things like that really do matter with our partners out there, and staying with them. You know, and again, you know, I mentioned, I think security cooperation ultimately ought to be our main effort in a region like this when we're trying to focus other places. And you know, that's important. You got to have people to do that. But the numbers of people that come along with that are not the same as the numbers that come along with keeping battalions and wings and fleets and other things in place. And some certain amount of that will have to be there. But I think the key is making long-term investments in these relationships and continue to do it. That's why things like IMET are so darn important. I mean, when you look at the amount of money we're spending on things like that, it's like that's it. And it's actually going down right now. So, you know, you just cannot put a value on how important it is for somebody to spend a year in one of our schools and their families to live in our communities and see what it is we're about and naturally be to us. Many of their kids are already coming back here and go to school anyways. So I think we ought to try to promote that. And that to me is about a long-term relationship. And we can't emphasize these as kind of, you know, we're negotiating things. We have to take a long-term approach to this. We have to look where we have shared interests, and we have to look at how we align around those kinds of things, I believe.
I'm going to do boss, and then we're going to go down this aisle.
General.
Okay.
Steve Winters, independent consultant. I wonder if you could clarify in a little bit more detail what you meant when you said the U.S. must be willing to take risks, or I think you said more risks, as part of the Mideast policy. And as a military person, how would you evaluate these peer competitors, in particular Russia's willingness to take risks? Because a lot of people, at least, will say, without having a military background to back it up, that Putin took a fantastic risk by militarily going into Syria. And I believe the view under the Obama administration was good for him. He's going to get caught in this quagmire. It's going to be a disaster for him, so bully for him. But so what's, you know,
Yeah, so,
what's your view on the risks here?
Okay, so again, what's the deal on the risks? Okay, so let me just use the example of terrorism, for example, here. So, you know, we have a number of different organizations in the region, and you know, and a number of them have the ability to perpetrate attacks against, not all of them, but a certain number of them do. You know, and we have concerns about those. You know, when we, you know, and in order to address those concerns, and depending on where it falls on the vitalness scale, and whatever our civilian leadership decides, our policy leadership decides on that, you know, we will devote resources to that. When we do that, when we devote resources to these types of things, it takes away from something else. So if we truly need to you know, concentrate in other areas, then, you know, you know, your strategy is reflected in where you put your resources, whether it's troops, whether it is dollars, or whatever else it is. When you want to look at our strategy, look at where the dollars are, look at where the troops are located, and that kind of gives you an indication of what it is. So, you know, if we are okay with occasionally absorbing a terrorist attack in the United States from one of these groups, or we're okay with them attacking into one of these, one of our friends' capitals, airport or a train station or something like that, occasionally, and causing casualties, and recognizing it's not going to bring the country down, but it's going to cause a lot of problems and everything like that. If we're okay with that, then we can take some risks there. And I'm not suggesting that we do. When we can say, okay, we're just not worried about that. We'll deal with that at our shores. If we're not okay with that, and we haven't been, I would argue, then we have to look at ways that we do that. Some of the ways we can do that is, one is by deploying our own capability over there to do that. Another way we can do that is looking to deploy a much smaller capability and focus on having our partners develop their capabilities to do this, and making sure it's very, very clear. That's an example where we try to mitigate with, you know, with something. We have an important interest to ensure this area can't be used as a platform to attack us. So what are we going to do about it? We can deploy troops, we can train our partners, or we can just say we're going to take the risk. I'm not advocating any one of those. I'm just saying we have to choose in terms of that, and that's how it is. And in each one of those interests, I think we tend to do that. If we're okay every now and then with the Houthis firing a coastal defense cruise missile at a U.S. vessel going through there, then we don't need to have them escorted. We don't need to have the capabilities in there. I would suggest we haven't been there on that. So we have to look at how we mitigate that. It may not be our capabilities. Part of the approach here has been in developing, these combined maritime task forces out there where people provide protection for us, we provide protection for others in terms of that, and collectively we secure the area. This is a way of doing this with less resources, but yet still addressing our interests. We're absorbing a little bit of risk because we're putting some trust in our partners. That's always a little bit of risk associated with that, but that may be acceptable. That's what I'm saying. I think we have to look at this very carefully and look at all of our interests and get to some level of sustainable presence, military-wise, that allows us to operate, protect our interests at whatever the acceptable level of interest is that our leaders have chosen.
Okay,
Forgot him
Abbas
right
first, and then.
Thank you. Abbas Kadhim, Director of the Iraq Initiative at the Atlantic Council. Thank you, General, for this presentation and all of what you provided with candid assessment of a wide region, and it's not an easy region for sure. Let me get us back to the question about the popular mobilization units, the PMF or the Hashid. Many people in this town and also in the region demand demobilization or some kind of a way to dissolve this force. We remember that they came into being after a major military meltdown in Iraq in 2014. Now a lot has happened for the Iraqi military and fighting and regrouping and all of that since. We have people on the ground, U.S. military force there to help the Iraqis advise and train. What do they tell you? Is the Iraqi military ready and capable of handling all of the fighting and securing of the country if the PMF were to demobilize? What is the level of readiness for the Iraqi forces as you hear from our professionals on the ground? Thank you again.
Yeah, thanks. That's a very good question. So let me just caveat that my personal observation, information people have shared with me is a number of months old here. So I'm going back to when I departed as a CENTCOM commander. I think our assessment was there were certain Iraqi units that we would say were capable of looking after their interests in particular areas and doing it without a lot of assistance for us. And on the other hand, there were some units that required some additional training, some additional enablement, some additional advising, and we should spend more efforts bringing them up to a level of capability that the Iraqis needed. So I guess I would kind of describe it as kind of a little bit of a mixed bag here. That there are some that were capable of doing this, and there were others that still required our assistance. And I think that would be a way that I would expect that it would be on this. And I think it was a remarkable transformation from the collapse of the Iraqi army to where they were at the height of Mosul and what we've seen here recently. I mean, the rebuilding assistance that was done by the coalition, the ability of the Iraqi civilian and military leadership to get behind it and make it a priority and get it done, and then of course the performance on the ground kind of speaks for itself in terms of the effectiveness against ISIS. It wasn't always perfect. It wasn't certainly always the way we would do it, but it was the Iraqi way, and they accomplished the mission with that. So, but I would expect that there probably still are some units that need that, and some that probably are fairly self-sustaining. And I think that's something that we have to pay attention to. I know General Othman, the Chad at the time, was very keen on looking at units and trying to assess where they were. I think this is very healthy. This is the sign of a mature military that looks at itself and makes honest assessments about where they are, and that has to occur. It was, my advice at the time was, as we look at what our final disposition is, we should stay, not just with the CTS, who we've had a long relationship, the counterterrorism service, but also with the Iraqi army. The Iraqi army really is the center of gravity of the security in that country, and so I think staying with them to some degree and making sure that they they are capable of doing what their leadership needs them to do, I think is in our interest to pursue.
Okay, I think we have one more minute, so one last question. Sir, on the aisle.
John Anderson, independent analyst. General, you've spoken very persuasively about how we might engage with state actors in new ways to better carry out our programs of coordination and frankly defending U.S. interests in the area. I want to ask about our engagement with irregular forces and specifically the long experience we have with Syria. And from its more optimistic moments, I remember when Ambassador Bob Ford was coordinating with elements of the Syrian opposition coalition, the quote, moderate Islamist forces, for example, and to, in latter days, of course, much less optimistic moments with regard to that whole effort to, in essence, remove Assad and the regime, to the extent that in latter days we find many of those forces that were not under our control, not our, quote, moderate Muslim forces, now bottled up in northwest Syria, transferring their allegiance to one or another new formation from Nusra to Hayat Tahrir and others, Qaeda linked. Not a happy ending and outcome for our experience in engagement with, quote, irregular forces. William Wechsler might have something to say about his experience with the anti-terrorist financing when at Treasury. We did have apparently some successes in stopping state to irregular forces, meaning Saudi, Kuwaiti, Emirati, and other funds to jihadist forces. But according to many, and Bob Ford himself, really recognizing that we could not, in essence, out-finance, we could not become the paymasters and support a successful moderate Islamist opposition to Assad. What do you take away from this whole experience in Syria in terms of our engagement with these, quote, non-state actors and particularly forces that became either were or became jihadist forces not particularly aligned with U.S. interests long term?
Are you talking about the Arab forces, or are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Arab forces in particular. Yes.
Yeah. Well, and I don't have actually probably as much detailed knowledges of those programs as you might think that I do. I obviously am aware of the difficulty with some of those programs and some of the challenges we had with over the control of them and the things that they were doing. I guess my broader thought on irregular forces is that I think there certainly is a role for irregular forces, but we should choose very wisely in terms of those that we invest in. We have some really good examples of irregular forces that we have worked with that have been successful to our objectives. The Afghan Mujahideen jumped to that historically. The relationship that we maintain with the Iraqi Kurds, from after the 91 war up until the time we went back in 2003. I think that served us well, I think, in terms of that, and I think our most recent experience with the Syrian Democratic Forces has been a very positive one. But I think when we choose partners, particularly those that are irregular, we have to really choose very, very carefully and make sure that there is an alignment of objectives and at least enough of an alignment of approaches that we can maintain our legitimacy, we can maintain our values, other things we bring to this. And I think we saw that. I've written fairly extensively recently on the relationship with the Syrian Democratic Forces, and I do think it was this level of alignment that really convinced me that this is a very, not only a worthy partner, but a very capable partner that can achieve their objectives and ours. So I think we have to choose very carefully with that. I don't think this is something we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater either. That because we've had some bad experiences or difficulties with some of the Arab elements in the Syrian environment, that this isn't something we should look for in the future. There's a whole wing of special operations, special mission kind of things that we have pursued in the past called unconventional warfare. And these are important concepts that would frankly serve us well in great power competition, depending on how we wanted to do that. Again, this all has to be done very deliberately. It has to be done in conjunction with a broader, coherent policy of how we're doing this. But I think these are important programs. But I think it's absolutely key. Choose wisely, make sure there's alignment, and make sure it's linked back into a broader policy and strategy that we are trying to achieve with these forces. I think when we can do that, then I think we have the opportunity to be successful in employing truly indigenous forces as opposed to state actors out there.
Okay, well, with that, I'm going to have to say we've come to a close. Thank you very much, Joe. Really appreciate it. And thank you very much, everyone, for coming to this. Please go to our website and take down our publication, a multi-chapter book.